Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. This is our January 28th, 2021 meeting of the General Policy Committee of the Gainesville City Commission. We're glad that you're all with us. Madam Clerk, our first order of business, please.
Our first order is adoption of the agenda.
Okay, are there any questions or is there a motion?
Motion to adopt the agenda tonight.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ariola, seconded by Jesus Santos to adopt the agenda. Adam, do we have anybody online to speak to the adoption of the agenda?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. At this time, we have nobody on the line to speak to the agenda.
Okay, then we'll move back to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ward?
Commissioner Ward will be absent today, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Jesus Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. And yeah, Commissioner Ward, for those watching, will be out. He thankfully is joined the state MTPO meeting. He is our MTPO's representative on the state committee, and obviously we have some pressing issues that we need to get before them for consideration. So he felt his presence was more important there than at GPC, and also said he entrusts us to do the good work of the city despite his lack of participation. With that, our first order of business on our agenda is approval of the minutes from our January 14th meeting. Are there any questions or is there a motion? Okay, motion to approve the minutes by Jesus Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco. That will be a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Just a reminder, I can't hear you all if you don't have your mics on, but Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Jesus Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. All right, our next order of business is a denial of CARES funding by Alachua County. This was sprung upon us with no foreknowledge at the County Commission's meeting on Tuesday, which was not welcome news and you know, definitely deserves a discussion. So with that, I will turn it over to our city manager for sort of overview and update for maybe anybody watching. I know you emailed all the commissioners with the details of what happened, and we got our update from Thomas Harrington that he always provides after the county commission meeting. But for anybody watching, perhaps a little more detail or context would be helpful, and then we can see where we go from there.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. As you are aware, the city was not a direct eligible recipient for Federal CARES Act money. Under the Federal CARES Act legislation, money went to municipalities and counties with a population of more than 500,000. Neither the city of Gainesville nor Alachua County met that threshold, so the state of Florida received CARES Act funds on our behalf. The governor chose to distribute those CARES Act funds to the 67 counties, except for the ones that had already received it because of their population. So roughly about 62 counties received CARES Act money from the federal government through the state. The state chose not to provide it directly to municipalities. The county then had come up with an allocation formula for cities within Alachua County and the health department and other groups back in the, I want to say early or late summer, early fall timeframe. And they created several different buckets, and the city was eligible to participate in those buckets, and we did. Overall, the county was allocated a little bit more than $44 million, and they had to expend all that money or encumber it by December 31st, 2020. In an effort to do that and to compensate for the fact that they were not able to expend all the money in time, they researched and we agreed that you could reimburse for normal operating expenses for public safety that occurred during the time of emergency, which was roughly March 16th forward. We put in for reimbursement of all of our police and fire costs, and that was roughly $24 million. Based upon the other participants, including the sheriff and Alachua County Fire Rescue and other municipal agencies, it was determined that our share of the surplus that could be provided for the presumptive public safety was roughly $2.6 million. And we have been operating under that assumption for several months going into the meeting Tuesday with the county commission. And that was confirmed by the attachment, which I have included in the GPC agenda, which is a page from the presentation that was in the county's backup for their meeting, showing that we would be receiving $2.6 million in change, and Alachua County would get money, the city of High Springs and the city of Alachua. And that was an allocation of roughly $8.7 million of the presumptive public safety money. And we had no problem with that allocation. We thought it was fair and reasonable and based upon a formula that was, consistent. However, the action that the county commission took was to only provide the presumptive funds to the city of High Springs and the city of Alachua, and to put the remaining money into the county's fund balance and designated reserves. When I made an inquiry immediately upon learning of that, roughly 3 o'clock that afternoon, Tuesday afternoon, I was told that this was a action that was taken by the county commission because of the uncertainty of the costs related to the trunk radio system. And as the commission is aware, the county has initiated the local government conflict resolution process with regard to the charges that GRUCOM will be charging all public safety users of the system, including the city of Gainesville. So that was news to us that they were taking this action. They certainly didn't advise us or consult with us about that. It raises two concerns primarily for me. One is using federal funds that were passed through to the state, to the county to provide COVID relief to the city, and using those funds as leverage potentially on an issue that is completely unrelated. And the second is the disparate treatment that the city receives compared to the other cities in the allocation. Their money was not held back. The city of High Springs and the city of Alachua will receive the dollars that they were promised through this distribution formula. So at this point, we are going into our conflict resolution meeting on February 1st. That is the staff level meeting that will take place. I believe it's 10:30 on the 1st over at the county building on there. But I wanted to bring this matter to the commission's attention and to seek your guidance on how you would like us to approach the county withholding these dollars from the city of Gainesville.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. Let's go back to the commission. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm disappointed to hear that the county commission is using COVID relief dollars as a bargaining chip for something completely unrelated. I think they've used these COVID funds not how they're supposed to be used in their allocation and what the vote they took recently. I think we should move forward with a conflict resolution, but I think this should be a separate conflict resolution than the one that the county initiated. These are separate issues, and I think they should be dealt with separately. I don't think we should be muddling it and putting them all together because that won't be to our benefit. We need to keep these things separate. I also believe that we should file and send a letter to the appropriate federal agency letting them know about what happened here and the use of funds and if they were used inappropriately. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I have the same concerns that Commissioner Hayes Santos just brought up. And it's unfortunate that the federal relief funds that was designated for COVID-19 would be used as a bargaining chip, if you will. Mr. City Manager, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this legal?
I would defer to the city attorney on
Yeah.
legality.
Ms. Shalley's with us. I think that'd be a great question for Ms. Shalley.
Ms. Shalley?
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. To my knowledge, my staff hasn't been consulted with any legal question. I don't know who it is on city staff that works under the manager who is knowledgeable about the CARES Act program or who applied for it or turned in our receipts. That might be a question for them. We're certainly available to them if there is a legal question, but I think, I don't know if there's someone on city staff who's knowledgeable about that program that the city applied for through the county.
Okay, thank you. I think that's something we need to have staff definitely look into. Just the idea of these funds being held and just not being utilized and designated and being used to the purpose that it was intended. I would like to know if that's legal or not. And if so, or if not, let's take action. But I definitely think that we should move forward like what Commissioner Hayes Santos suggested. So I don't know if he wants to.
Good, Ms. Golden.
Commissioner, if I can just get clarification, is your question whether the county can and the city can use these funds to reimburse for public safety costs during the COVID pandemic? If that's the question, I believe the answer is that we in the county believe you can. If the question is, can the county withhold our share of a designated program for this purpose, I think that's a different question that city staff would not be able to answer.
That's my question, is can they withhold that on the basis of we want to put it towards something else, the Trump radio system? I think that's the question I would want answered. And I understand we all had an agreement. We would be reimbursed for COVID-related issues. And so my question is, under the federal guideline in using the COVID-19 relief funds, can it be used in that manner to be used towards, this is for Trump radio system?
Right. I think what the county would do is that they would reimburse themselves for more presumptive public safety costs. That money would then flow into their fund balance, and then they would take their undesignated fund balance and use it for other governmental purposes, which would include the payment of the trunk radio system. So it's moving money from one pocket to the other. But the issue is that they would be denying us access to the 2.6 million.
Right. Okay. Well, that's a clear understanding, using it in that manner. I'm under the impression we're just going to put it in this pot, withhold it from you, and use it as designated for trunk radio systems. But in the way you just explained it, they're reimbursing themselves in that way, using it in that way. But nevertheless, we had an agreement, and I think that agreement should be honored between the city and the county. And I would like for us to move forward with what suggestions Commissioner Hayes Santos stated earlier. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put a motion on the floor. First, two-part motion. The first part, that we start the conflict resolution separately from the other conflict resolution on this issue here with the county. And then the second portion is that we let the appropriate federal agency know about what's happening here with these dollars as well.
Moved by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Sacco. Do you mind adding informing our congressional delegation?
Yeah, that's fine.
I guess that's maybe appropriate federal agencies.
Yes,
But,
yeah.
okay, thank you. Commissioner, Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask that we split the second and third the second part of the motion out because I don't want to assume any intention, and I don't want to blow this out of proportion. I'm speaking to my colleagues in the county right now. We're going to have a whole lot of city and county issues that come up, and I really don't believe we should be conflating these issues. There's a conflict resolution process open for one issue, and now we're about to open a second one. And I think the more that we conflate these two issues, the more problems we're going to have to come to an amicable resolution. And so, hearing from my colleagues, I understand their frustration, particularly with this sort of uncertain notion as to where our funds, of which we've been operating under an agreement for a period of time now in this pandemic. There's an uncertainty as to where those are going to end up, and naturally we're going to do everything we can to recoup those costs, and you all are the arbiters of that. So I don't think that this is the path that we ought to head down. But there's really no other option. This is neither your funds or our funds. These are funds from a federal package which was distributed to the state. So for either of us governmental entities to pretend ownership over these funds, I think is really a dangerous prospect. So let's sort this out, but let's not conflate the two issues, because that will lead down a very, very contentious pathway that I don't think either commission wants to go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Ms. Shelley, I see your hand. Let me get to the rest of the commissioners first. Commissioner Simmons?
Mayor, so currently, Mr. City Manager, we're owed $2.6 million, roughly $2.6 million, correct?
I don't know that I would use the term owe.
Well, not
We were
owed.
told that they were going to allocate $2.6 million to us, and they have changed their allocation.
So my question is, the $2.6 million that's from fire and police?
Right, it represents part of our normal operating costs of police and fire during the pandemic. The concept is that we had to change the way that we operate during the pandemic, and while we have already been reimbursed for things like PPE and overtime and stuff like that, it's still the way that policing and firefighting, provision of emergency medical services has worked. We had to make adjustments, and therefore our normal operating costs are eligible. And our normal operating costs were about $24 million for this period of time. And from the availability of funds, $2.6 million was determined to be what the city of Gainesville would be reimbursed for.
Okay, and so as it stands, today, the 2.6 million what we're eligible, to get is still just left on the table pretty much,
Right now it's sitting in the county's reserves.
right? So, city manager, do you think, we should be considered for the $2.6 million based on the services that our GPD and fire, fighters, do and have done and continue to do during this pandemic? Do you think that's a fair assessment?
I do, provided that they have also reimbursed other cities for similar expenses on the same formula. So if they had just come back on Tuesday and said, we still have a lot of uncertainty in the Alachua County budget, and we need to hold off on this allocation, okay, I would certainly understand that point of view. I might not agree with it, but I would understand it. But here, they said, we're still going to give money to 2 other cities based upon the formula, and we're only withholding the city of Gainesville's money. And to me, that's a fairness, and you treat the cities the same on there. Not each city was getting 2.6. Each city was getting their share of the allocation based upon what they put in for reimbursements. And they chose not to give the city of Gainesville our allocation, but did give Alachua and High Springs theirs.
And Mr. City Manager, one more time, the reasoning for not giving the allocation was for what?
It was communicated to me by the county manager that they were uncertain about the cost for the trunk radio system. The county commission wanted to hold that money in reserve until the costs for the trunk radio system were resolved.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Shelley?
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of things. One is the conflict resolution process under state law is intended to set forth a rather formal process that a government undertakes to resolve a dispute prior to initiating litigation. So unless we determine that the county has a legal right to provide that money to the city, there's really not a basis for litigation in this matter. So one thing you might want to consider is whether it's appropriate to initiate that process on this issue alone. One thing that I think the city could do is the county has clearly tied this issue, the withholding of the funding, to the trunked radio dispute. As the city manager has mentioned, there is already a meeting on Monday at which all of the parties will have the opportunity to discuss all of the issues from their perspective. So now the county has made that a part of the issues of Monday's conflict assessment meeting. So it could be taken care of during that already ongoing process. And then of course you all could consider just meeting with the county commission to try to resolve it, short of going through all of the formal processes that are involved in the intergovernmental dispute resolution statute.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Shelley. I'm not ready to sort of share your opinion that there's not legal basis here. First of all, to develop a formula, to get it agreed upon by all parties, and to indicate every step of the way that all parties would be treated in an equitable manner, and then at the last minute change that, I think creates I have some legal questions about the validity of that action. I also think there are serious legal questions about using federal money specifically earmarked for COVID relief efforts for something completely unrelated. And we know that they have been tied together and forever will be tied together because of the statement that the county manager made to the city manager. There's no way for them to escape that. Finally, there are significant expenses that the city has willingly undertaken throughout this pandemic crisis that certainly should have been eligible for reimbursement, and county leadership chose not to. For example, the tremendous amount of money, time, and effort that we spent on setting up and providing the testing, early testing sites at the RTS, old RTS transfer station, not transfer, but maintenance facility. The tremendous amount of effort we put into providing mobility access in a safe way. None of that was reimbursed. And I'm not relitigating that, but to say the activities and monies that the county did say they were willing to reimburse were the public safety money. And now with no notice and no, to me, defensible rationale, they have withdrawn that money. The rationale is not that we didn't provide those services. The rationale is not that they weren't eligible. We know they're eligible because they're taking the money for those reasons and they're giving it to other cities. Their only rationale is because they don't know how to pay a completely unrelated expense. That's it. And by the way, the city of Gainesville has the same challenge. We have the same challenge when it comes to paying for the cost of service of the upgrade and maintenance of the public safety radio system. And so we're figuring out how to deal with that. We're not taking our federal COVID relief money to do so. So I do believe, I'm happy for staff to bring this up at the conflict resolution meeting on Monday, but I believe this is a completely separate and distinct violation of an agreement and needs to be treated as its own separate item. And I haven't heard anybody disagree with that, not any of my colleagues. So I support the motion. I will split it out, Commissioner. I think it is important that we inform our federal agencies and delegations so they know, so they're not surprised by hearing this sort of second or third hand. But we need to move forward with all deliberate speed on this, and hopefully see a precedent set for future negotiations and interactions. I won't get into the other inequities that have existed between when it comes to coronavirus relief funding and the county's oversight of that. But this was the one thing that everyone agreed on, and to go back on that at the last hour is it's just, to me, it's unprofessional. Commissioner Ariola.
Mr. Mayor, you don't have to split the motion. I think you convinced me that, actually we have a fiduciary responsibility to inform the government.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion on the floor. Adam, we'll turn it to you for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have one speaker, Mr. Nathan Scott. You have 3 minutes. Mr. Scott?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You have 3
Good
minutes.
afternoon, Nathan Scott. All right, thank you. So good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So with respect to the CARES Act discussion, listened to the discussion. There appears to be a lot of conflict between the county and the city lately. It didn't always used to be that way. I think the city would be well advised to take a holistic look at the cause and effect. We know what the effect was, but let's take a little bit of look at the cause. The conflicts between the city and county appear to arise basically from the city's own heavy-handed actions, which result in the county's negative response to the city's actions. I think that if you look at that, the county's reaction, whether it be right or wrong, or something that you don't like, or something that's not in the best interest of the taxpayers of the city of Gainesville, stems from things that the city does. Let's look at that a little bit further. We talked about, the equitable manner and changing things at the last minute. So let's consider what Mr. Bilarski from GRU did with the thrusting the new cost allocation methodology on the county, which appears to unjustly burden the county, and how the county might have negatively responded to that, which they did. Mr. Bilarski didn't bring that methodology before the city commission or any committee for any public discussion. There's no ability for the stakeholders, whether it be the municipalities or the taxpayers, to comment on the new methodology or to ask questions. He just sent a demand letter. And that had the effect of pretty much pissing them off. And rightfully so, because you want good working relationships that have been handled differently. Like, you need to hold your general manager accountable for that and ask yourself, how did you get in this mess? And, is it right that the county is withholding this money that, that they allocated or intended to allocate to the city? Probably not. But, the county can make the equal argument that this is a new expense in the wake of COVID that the city thrust upon it. They can make several arguments to justify why they withheld the allocation while they continue to give it to other municipalities. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, commissioners, but, you really, in effect, Mr. Bilarski really gave them no notice. You surprised them with a new cost allocation methodology. Again, seems to unjustly burden the county. And the question you should be asking simply whether GRU's allocation of the county was fair and equitable in itself. But you're not doing that. You're just kind of pointing fingers. And just the county's response, right or wrong, is a logical reaction to the city's heavy-handed tactics. So if you want better relations with the county, you should really kind of check your approach a little bit. I know you guys don't like what I say or how I say it, but pretty much I speak the truth, whether you guys like it or not. And just objectively, this is what's happened. So, all right, thank you. Appreciate your time. I hope you'll consider my comments. Thank you.
Bye-bye. I think that's the last of our public comments on this agenda item. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. And just to be clear, the discussion over the trunk radio system has been happening since before I was mayor. There was no surprises for anybody involved. The county has been intimately involved with that discussion from the very start, and we're well aware of where we were in the progress of that discussion. So it is a completely a different situation. It's a false equivalency to conflate the two. And we do absolutely need to work out through the conflict resolution process that issue. But withholding public safety money from federal COVID relief efforts is completely different. Okay, so I think embedded in the motion will be for the city attorney to prepare a resolution to come back for our approval on the February 4th meeting to initiate the conflict resolution process. So with that, seeing no more hands, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioners Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, up next we have our quarterly Gainesville Police Department update. Mr. Feldman, you want to introduce
Mr. Mayor?
Chief?
Sure. So Mayor and Commissioners, I'm going to ask the Chief to run through a lot of the initiatives that came out of the summer meeting and bring you up to date to where we are on those, and then talk about the normal crime stats towards the end of the presentation. So the Chief, who needs no introduction, Chief Jones.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you all for having us here today, even in a virtual environment. And what I'll do is get right to the presentations. I guess you all will see it on your screens where you're at. The
We don't
first
yet,
slide-
Chief, so just pause while somebody gets that up for us.
Okay.
All right, there we go. Take it away, Chief.
Okay, again, thank you all for allowing the Gainesville Police Department to make a presentation to you on a quarterly basis. And so we'll go right to the next slide, and I will turn that slide over to Assistant Chief Scott. And one of the things you talked about was you wanted to enhance community policing, and this slide will reflect where we've been where we are at this present time. Chief Scott.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. My pleasure to provide this update on our community policing efforts. Right now, we have what we call the Neighborhood Policing Initiative. We've formulated this plan utilizing our rank and file employees, having them work with some members in the community to come up with this plan training. The training is intended to be both for neighbors and for the officers, and increase that communications between the two. We conducted 2 trainings so far, inviting neighbors and staff, and we were doing it primarily for evaluation purposes. Before we take this out to the rest of the community, we want to make sure that we had some input from our neighbors. So we've met with them a couple of times, and we have one other session that's scheduled with them for February 11th. On February 11th, we'll, again, I think that group is between 20 to 30 people. Socially distanced, is in person, although we do have some availability for Zoom for those who can't attend in person. We do it conducted in the Hall of Heroes. We take that training, go through, quite frankly, a whole curriculum of basically community policing, which is problem identification, how do you get the problems and formulate those problems to an action plan, working out that action plan with the community, and then move into implementation, evaluation, and follow-up. And then that cycle starts again. Our hope is to have a training schedule by no later than February 15th, after we see the final adjustments that we make with the last evaluation training. And then that training will be open to neighbors and GPD personnel. Our goal is to take all of our GPD personnel through that training. The 2 sessions that we've had so far have been very well received. The primary critique that we received was that they wanted more time. This was an 8-hour training block. And at the conclusion of the 8 hours, I would have thought that they said enough was enough. No, they wanted more. They wanted more time to have interactions with the officers. So we incorporated some of those changes. We're trying to, we realize at this point, this is not going to be a one and done training. This will be recurring. We will do it at least on an annual basis, if not more. We think that we have more specifics that some of the neighbors would like us to delve into, and we'll do that. The second component here is the city redistricting. We went into again, another work group composed primarily of our rank and file. We also vetted that with some of the neighbors. And what we were looking for was a method to enhance our implementation of community-oriented policing. We created smaller zones, and really this was guided toward a more decentralized approach to policing, having the neighborhoods work with the officers assigned to the neighborhoods, working with the supervisors assigned to the neighborhoods to identify the problems, and come up with action plans. We eliminated the east-west divide. No longer do we divide the city in that method. We have District 1 and District 2, and they both cross the east and west parallels for the city. I think I have a map.
Next slide.
Have a map coming up?
Yes. There you go.
Okay, and as you can see with this map, you have District 1. District 1 is composed primarily, I would say, mostly of the student context area. Although it does have some non-student areas, it's focused primarily in the center city and the extreme west and some of the east. We try to get most of the apartment complexes that particularly student-based that were in the same area. And so because those are like neighborhoods, we feel they have like needs, we felt it would be more prudent for us to basically use that approach. And the committee that did this, put this together, actually used some of the Disney practices as far as creating the maps, utilizing some Disney planning methodology. You notice that the different shades, you have two different districts, District 1 and District 2. District 1, the populations are close, they're not exactly the same, but they're close. District 1 has more density in it. You see that we have the different shades of green that constitutes one sector. The different shades of lavender or purple is another, and gray is a third for District 1. So there are two districts. Each district has 3 sectors. Each sector has a lieutenant in charge of it. The sector has 3 zones. Each zone has a sergeant responsible for it. And then if you look at District 2, we have that same similar format. The different shades reflect the same sector, just different zones in the sector. We have the information on the lieutenants and the sergeants who are in charge of these areas, and we'll make that available to the public so that they'll know exactly who they could talk with when they have problems in their respective areas. We have talked with the Chamber of Commerce. They're interested in having sessions where we can sit down with the businesses and try to formulate our crime watches and neighborhood watches, neighborhood watches and business watches. And they're willing to work with us, and we look forward to that partnership. That's where we are.
Chief, if you'll pause for a moment, Commissioner Simmons has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, what makes this map different from the previous map? What's the difference?
One of the primary things is that this map has 18 zones as opposed to 12. For neighborhood policing, is the chief of my belief that you have to have smaller zones. Be asking officers to be responsible for getting to know their neighbors and getting to know their businesses. And we want them to be, we're holding them responsible for it and holding them accountable for it. And so we figured smaller zones would be more effective. The way that we put this together, again, was trying to put like residents or like businesses or areas together. The methodology of going through this and putting it together, it made sense to us. You look at District 1, you can see that that's composed primarily of the area in and around the university. They have some of the same issues, and again, just trying to make sure that we were creating something that was workable for the officers and something that they could understand and follow.
Thank you, Chief. Please continue.
Okay. The next slide that I would like to talk about is, I know there was a lot of discussion last summer about our mental health co-responders program. We did the first one in the city, and I think it was the intent of the commission, as well as internally within the agency, that we wanted to expand that concept. And what I have with you now to explain where we are is Captain Shentrip and Lieutenant Young. Captain Shentrip.
Chief, I'm going to let Lieutenant Young handle this, and I'll be available for any questions.
Lieutenant Young.
Good afternoon, everybody. So just to start us off, the team that we currently have has been operational since April of 2018. And currently that is just one sworn officer, Corporal Postal, and the clinician from Meridian, Ms. Charmaine Jackson. GPD City of Gainesville pays for Corporal Postal, and the clinician is paid for with funds through Meridian and Lutheran Services. But they work together during their regular shift Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. until 7 p.m. The plan from last summer was to eliminate 2 sworn GPD positions and use the salary savings to contract with Meridian for them to hire 2 additional clinicians, and we would supply the 2 officers to create 2 additional teams. Currently, the status is that we're working out the fund details with Meridian. Most things have been agreed upon. And the timeline we're looking at now is about 60 days to secure the agreement, and so that Meridian can begin that hiring process for those clinicians. A bonus to this that was kind of unexpected but expected is that the county, under the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Program, also did quite a bit of extensive research about our program and the services in our community, and saw the usefulness of the co-responder model. And so in their grant that they applied for, they asked for funding to pay for 1 additional clinician so that we could help expand the GPD co-responder team as well. So if all goes well, we will have the original team plus the 2 additional teams that we talked about from last summer, and then a 4th team that would be, again, GPD supplying the officer, but then the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration supplying that clinician who would also come from Meridian. The next couple of slides, I'll just kind of summarize for you. The calls for service that our co-responder team, if we can go to the next slide. The calls for service that the team has responded to, just in a comparison from 2019 to 2020, has increased. As well as the number of contacts. They're up from about 600 to almost 700. And also the jail diversions and Baker Act diversions have increased. And that's just, again, the team kind of honing how they respond and how they're handling calls. But there is definitely a need to expand the program, and they are definitely having a positive impact within our community. Are there any questions?
Yeah, we do have a question, a couple actually, but we'll go to Commissioner Sacco first.
Lieutenant Young, if you could, you said that the current team only operates Monday to Thursday. Would we use the new teams to fill out our weekend gaps or evening or nighttime gaps? Or would they also be working Monday to Thursday or just regular daytime hours?
No, the intent was to actually fill out the hours when they're most needed. Because we only had the 1 team initially, just after doing some research on the calls for service, it's not that there's not a need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but when are we most seeing these calls? And surprisingly, a lot of them were during that time period. So we're looking at it now, 3 years later, to see where we are and where we can fill in the gaps. So yes, those teams would fill in those gaps.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Simmons.
On your chart where you have the female and male, I can't read it. Can you read that for us? And is that the locations of where the arrests take place? The northwest, northeast? Just explain that.
Those are just the locations. And again, this is just the individuals that the co-responder team makes contact with. And so based on the information and the gender as reported, is that's male and female, and that's just the incidents and the contacts.
So what's the percentage number?
So in the Northwest, 32%, and that's just the location of incidents.
Okay.
That's what the percentage represents. So 32% of the incidents or calls that they've gone to have been in the Northwest, 19% in the Northeast, 33% in the Southwest, and 12% in the Southeast. Those were just incidents and calls that they responded to in those particular quadrants of the city.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
I don't think so, Chief. Go.
Okay, we'll move to the body worn cameras. So I think, yeah, you have to go a couple slides.
Yes, Chief, that's the slide I'm going to cover. This is
Okay.
Captain Jamie Kernick. Thank you for the opportunity. Just talk about our body-worn cameras update. Our body-worn camera administrator, Mark Green, has given training to the sworn and the PSTs, and everyone is currently issued a body-worn camera. So we have 269 cameras that are issued, and we have implemented the infrastructure within the agency to charge all those cameras and make sure that they're fully functional. And just to give you an idea of how many videos we have thus far with that many cameras, just from the 1st of January to the 24th of January, we're looking at 5,575 videos that are archived in the cloud through our Axon provider. So we're doing our twice a month monthly audits and categorizing them, but it is a full implementation of the body-worn cameras since we've received the funding and implemented the program to totality. That's all I have for that, unless there's a question.
Yeah, there is. Thank you, Captain Kernick. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I apologize if this was brought up. I did step out for a second. As far as you mentioned the audit, how has that been so far of the use of them? When are they being used when they're supposed to be being used, and how effective have they been in terms of the following the policy and when they're being used in your audits you've found so far?
Absolutely. So the audits are meant to, to highlight any issues that we may be having or any significant, circumstances. But our policy is very extensive and was written by Captain Paris Owens after an extensive research of multiple agencies. So when we do the audits, if we identify either a camera was forgot to be turned on or something of that nature, we're having conversations with officers. This is a new technology, and it's another thing you have to push when you get out of the car. So we're definitely addressing each of the issues that come up. And the audits are meant to catch those issues and address them as soon as we get them. So we're definitely, paying attention to that. And besides the 2 audits, randomly, if we get a complaint or something comes into the internal affairs division, since everybody has body-worn cameras, it gives us another avenue to be able to navigate that complaint. And we're reviewing more than just the required 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. These body-worn cameras are on our school resource officers now. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they not on school resource officers prior to?
No, ma'am. My understanding is that we didn't have them within the schools, and at that time,
No, they were not.
we had to work out a policy with the school board and the application of the cameras within the school to make sure we weren't videoing in sensitive areas and stuff of that nature. So we definitely met with them and addressed that before they were implemented in the schools.
Do you know what kind of videos you have, what kind of footage you've been getting from the cameras worn by the school resource officers?
Unfortunately, ma'am, I don't, because I'm not reviewing those cameras, but I can get back to you with an answer if you'd like.
I would love that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bigby.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I just wanted to note that we'll be working with Captain Kernick and her team in another month or 2 to perform an independent body-worn camera compliance audit to support compliance with their policy, any state statutes that are applicable, and to help support their management audit program.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bigby. All right, thank you, Captain. Okay. Chief, back to you.
Okay, the next slide that we want to talk about is our diversion and deflection program. I know there was a lot of interest in getting this program off the ground, and I want to give you an update. And who I have is Mr. Will Halvosa and Mrs. Charlotte Jones. So Will, can you explain, start off?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. As you know, this has been a pretty lengthy process that began several years ago. And we've encountered different iterations, I think, of the deflection or the pre-arrest program. And we're at a point now, we are still working on it. I'm happy to say that we've hired Miss Charlotte Head Jones, had previously been over at the Record House, so I've known her for a long time. But we're excited to have her on board. She's housed currently over at the Gainesville Police Department, and I will let her speak about what we've rolled out so far.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Commission and City Manager. As Will stated, I'm Charlotte Head. I am the Program Coordinator for the Gainesville Pre-Arrest Program. And what we have provided for you is a referral form that the officers, boots on the ground, that they actually give those individuals who have been identified for having committed a misdemeanor, which will be possibly eligible to participate in the deflection program at the state's attorney's office. Offenders no longer get the notice to appear, even though it is completed by the officer. However, that form is withheld because it had sensitive information pertaining to individuals that we have decided, it doesn't need to go into the hand of the offender. Nevertheless, the individual will receive this Gainesville Pre-Arrest Program referral form, which obtains information to contact me and or the state's attorney's office if they have any questions or concerns concerning how that matter is going to be further handled. Once we receive the notice to appear here in the Gainesville Police office, they are reviewed, and then the form, a recommendation form, is attached to that, and it will be forwarded on to the state's attorney's office. But we started this program on Monday.
If we go to the
January.
slide, you all will see all this, what she's talking about.
Yes, if you could go to the next slide. Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So on Monday, January 18th, the program was started, it was initiated. All of the sworn officers and the field personnel have been trained on what to look for, how to complete the necessary referral form, and what to do as far as turning in documentation to the records department. That information, like I said, will be reviewed by me, then will be passed on to the state's attorney's office. And we are continuing to work with the state's attorney's office to formulate a MOU, a memorandum of understanding, so we can work in partnership. Of course, we all know that we have a new state's attorney. Mr. Bill Cervone retired last year, and Mr. Brian Kramer is now the individual that we will be sitting down with, along with Ms. Heather Jones, to discuss the partnership for this program. Are there any questions or concerns?
Yeah, Mayor Poe here. What's the timeline then on that negotiation with the state attorney's office has been going on for a while? When can we expect some sort of closure to that?
So, Mayor, maybe if I can jump in and sort of talk about the process, what our goals are, and what potential obstacles exist with the state attorney's office on there. So what we're striving to get is a memorandum of understanding for the program, which would do the following: would stop the use of the notice to appear as the document. There's some concern as to whether undated NTAs are valid or not valid, whether they constitute an arrest or not, and we're trying to create this as a pre-arrest program. Second is we really need to spell out what the eligibility criteria are and what type of a process there would be if the state attorney's office says somebody isn't eligible and we think that they are. So those are the primary pieces. We were working with the previous state attorney We did receive a draft of an MOU that really, in my opinion, wasn't substantive and didn't address the issues that we had to, that we were trying to address in the program. We were not able to conclude with the previous state attorney, and from what the chief has informed me, the new state attorney wants to start from scratch on this. I'm not sure what Mr. Kramer's intention or feelings are towards this program. So we're, in my opinion, we're back at square one in terms of negotiation.
Okay, that's disappointing to hear. You know, I think it was really my and the commission's expectation that this would already be operational by this point in the fiscal year. So, you know, if there are things that this commission, and I will tell you, there are also several groups of neighbors who are very focused on this, very much want to see this move forward, and are very frustrated with me because it's not moving forward as quickly as it needs to be. I'm frustrated with me too. So I'm sure, assuming the responsibilities of the office, State Attorney Kramer's probably drinking from the proverbial fire hose right now. But this remains an incredibly high priority. And you know, Chief, I don't know when you and I first started talking about this, but it was pretty much right after I became mayor, and here we are, more than 4 years later. So, you know, we need to get sitting around the table, and we need to figure out what Mr. Kramer's concerns, or maybe they're not concerns. Maybe they're offers that he feels will make the program even more successful. But we need to get those on the table so we can start getting this out into the community and helping people avoid going to jail and or prison. So I'm being very diplomatic in a manner of saying that I'm incredibly frustrated that we are starting from square one. At least, I mean, I know not on our side. We've done a lot of work, but it doesn't happen until the state attorney gives us his blessing. He has to agree to whatever we do, and so we need to find a way to overcome that obstacle. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I feel the same sentiment as you. I'm very disappointed where we are, and it's been years of working on this, and it just seems to stall. One of the, and usually when things stall, it's because people don't really want to do it. I hope that's not the case, but you mentioned this was also just misdemeanors, and we had talked in the past about there are some drugs where just a small, tiny little possession of that drug is a felony, and I think those should be included in it as well. And then, especially on cannabis, I mean, I guess the number of times it can be used. I mean, I think cannabis is one where, in essence, try to just make it decriminalized, but also looking at like, what are the things that we can do in terms of creating a program? And we've talked about before of referring them to, maybe creating our own program where we refer people to, and then trying to not even have them go into the state attorney's office and into that into that direction, which is already moving into criminal justice, trying to steer them outside of that. I mean, we've talked about the court services, but even us standing up our own. I also think one of the things too is, I mean, we do have our own city offenses, and we can prosecute those as well. And we've talked about that in the past of our own city attorney prosecuting our own city offenses. That's what the county does as well. They prosecute their own, and I think that gives us more leeway as well for offenses of their own. But I would like, what are the things that we could do in terms of creating policies that move this forward without having to have the state attorney be 100% on board? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, Commissioner, if I could answer that, Mayor, if I could answer that for the Commissioner.
Yeah.
The problem we have is that the previous state attorney and the new state attorney have both said that if we set up our own program, they will make public records requests to review everybody coming in, and if they determine that they want to prosecute, they will prosecute independent of the city. And our concern is we don't want any of our neighbors to enter into a program with one expectation and find out that they are still facing criminal prosecution. So that's why we're trying to work this out.
And if I can add anything to that particular thing, we are doing the collection right now. As of this week, we had 5 cases that we sent over to the state's attorney's office, and it did not go to the clerk of the court where you get a record at. The other thing is that officers, particularly in what we talked about earlier in our community-oriented policing mode, we don't arrest on every offense that occur in our presence. We realize that's what we're trying to do, is build that rapport with them. Sometimes it's just talking to them and say you can't do this or whatever, and you go from there. I did talk to Mr. Kramer yesterday. He indicated that he definitely want to start all over again. And I told our staff that we will work diligently to try to complete this MOU with them so we can formalize what we have.
So as far as cannabis, I mean, I know it's a state law, and but I mean, could we, I mean, similar to what was done earlier with juveniles, where if there was going to be arrest or notice to appear or anything for a juvenile, you had to call in, I think, a supervisor and other things like that. Can we not write policies to that effect on cannabis that just makes it just more difficult for an officer to not want to have to put those charges through?
Yeah, what we did with the juveniles, we did a little bit different. If the officer decides that they're going to arrest a juvenile and take them to our regional detention facility, that's when they have to notify a supervisor to make, and if this kid is eligible for a notice to appear, and this officer says that I'm still going to transport this child to the regional detention center, that's when a supervisor would have to be called on the scene. We are working on, we put out a policy about this particular program, and we will refine those policies, particularly after we reach some type of agreement. You all will sign off on this agreement per the manager as to what the contents of the MOU. So we're taking copious notes, and we will begin this new negotiations with the new state's attorney.
Thank you. And Chief, could you send out the current policy that you're using to the commission as well?
So repeat yourself again.
Could you send out the current policy around the GPA program?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to have brief comments. First, I want to thank you all for the continued work that's gone into this. The product, to me, the program that's put in front of us, I think is setting itself up for success. And I want to go ahead and assume good faith on the part of the state attorney. Being new to the office, I think any state attorney is going to want to have very clear direction, even if something was being worked on before they entered office, to have their own say from the get. And so I don't necessarily see this as square one, so much as it is one leader wanting to have a wholesale review of the work before they put their name on it for their office. So and I really see this program working in conjunction with the state attorney's office and really assisting them in their workload. And I think that the attorney's office has a lot of respect for local law enforcement. So I'm not as discouraged. I think it's just sometimes that's how things go when leaders and offices change. What I did want to get a better idea of was what are the kinds of details besides the participation fee? I mean, is there any direction that the city commission can offer that would help clear up maybe some of the the misgivings or the details that need to be worked out with the attorney's office, or is that still in limbo? Has that not been communicated?
Will?
Can I speak to that?
Yes.
Hey, so thank you for all the comments, and I tend to agree. I've been involved with the mayor on this for a lot of years as well. I think what we have been able to do is, at the very least now, we do have a seat at the table. We provide the lion's share of personnel that have an opportunity to have a criminal record and be arrested, and we provide those to the state attorney's office. But now we've identified a program that's not perfect right now, but we certainly have some skin in the game, and we have a seat at the table. And as far as the grievance procedure that the city manager talked about, we're looking to certainly, they've been receptive in terms of that idea. So there's a lot of ideas that they've accepted. Understand also that Ms. Head Jones' position is just not in lieu of a misdemeanor. She's also going to be the point person working with the co-responder team that's going to get referrals from patrol officers when there's issues about housing or transportation or poverty. So we really wanted to elevate the entire program. So we went ahead with the chief's permission and went ahead and rolled this out. Patrol's on board. They've been trained, and we're going to track these cases. And it also provides us an opportunity, Mayor, to see why people aren't completing the program, whether it's the efficacy of the program or whether it's the fact they can't pay for it. I think these are legitimate questions that we really have to drill down and look at as we move forward in 2021 to really in my opinion, is going to be the best program in the state of Florida.
That's definitely good to hear, and I'm in agreement. Very well. That sounds very good. I think in lieu of any direction that we can give, I think we should just allow them to continue to sort this out. And if it would be beneficial to have a public conversation with the state attorney's office to speak to the commission, perhaps, but it sounds like we're not there yet, at least in terms of getting that finalized. And I'm done with those comments, but I do just want to say, looking at all this presentation, I think right now is a good time for me to say, and I've said this to the chief in private, how proud I've been of GPD this year. You all have really done some amazing work, clearly putting a lot of thought into a direction that this commission has asked for, and individually I've seen some remarkable work done, and so I just want to thank you all for that.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, so Commissioner Simmons, go ahead.
Mayor, I just want to say thank you to staff, GPD staff, for your hard work. And the question that I have, do you think, and this chief or anyone on your team, by this diversion and deflection program not currently being in place, do you think this has impacted some of the arrests or had an impact, a negative impact on some subsequent cases in the past couple of years?
I will say it, and then I'll turn it over to Will. If it does anything like we did with the juveniles, I think, yes, it would impact the number of individuals that we take into the Lockwood County Jail, because we got another venue that we can resolve those particular issues with them. And one of the disheartening things is acquiring a criminal record, and we know the barriers that this can create. And so we're trying to work with them to give them a second chance. And so I'm all for the program. Will, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, we definitely didn't want, someone's ability to pay a fee, a fine, or to pay the ability not to do community hours. We didn't want this to be just for poor people to be doing community hours. I mean, we really wanted to build a program that was fair and equitable to everybody. So I think one of the things the city manager has really engaged on is looking at the possibility of maybe offsetting some of these costs that are becoming a barrier for a lot of folks that had previously gone to the state attorney and because of their inability to pay have been filed on. And I think that's an important piece of it as well. The good news, there's been a reduction in arrests last year, and there's been a significant reduction in notice to appears that we issued. And I think we want to see that We want to see the reduction in arrests. We want to see less people going to jail. And we want to see more people in this community being provided opportunities. So this is not a program for first-time offenders. And back to the commissioner's question about some of the felonies, I tend to agree with you. I think there's an opportunity. I think Chief Scott would probably back me on this. The officers know that if they encounter somebody maybe has possession of Adderall, which is a felony, that they do have discretion. And obviously they have to call a supervisor in terms of making that arrest or not. Now that person would probably not be eligible for the state attorney's GPA program, but certainly could be referred to Charlotte Head Jones for further services.
Thank you. And one last question. Chief, have you really had conversations with the community members about this program and how important this is, and maybe rallying the community behind this program, and maybe with that kind of support we can really talk to the state attorney and get some momentum behind this program?
We did when we initially started, but then that thing called COVID happened, so we couldn't have a lot of the public gathering. I did bring on board, which I was remiss to say, John Alexander was part of this particular team as well. And so, yes, I want to go out and do more of that, Commissioner, what you just said, letting them know just what it is, this particular program for adults. I think they are aware of the one that we do for juveniles, but I don't think that they are aware of what we're doing, this initiative that we're doing for adults.
Yeah, and I think that'll help out a lot if we
Okay.
can. Yeah, I think if we just start having this conversation more on a broader scale with the community and just really getting this out there, I think that'll help you move forward with the state attorneys. This is a great program, a great concept. And it will definitely have an impact, a positive impact in people's lives. It will make a difference. So this is important, and we need to get that information out to the public.
Commissioner, consider it done. We'll make something like that happen. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, and I will tell you, there are some folks in some groups that are well aware and chomping at the bit. And, I think after I update them after this meeting, they might be off the leash. They might be off the leash. But yeah, I will be happy to work with the chief and you, Commissioner Simmons, on, trying to, reach the right voices with the right information. Because this is just important, and it needs to be happening, not talking about happening. You're right. Okay, Chief, please continue.
Okay. We had a couple more slides on that. We'll just go through. Florida statute indicate crimes that are not eligible for it, and that is what they have up there. We got this right off the Florida state statute. Domestic violence. I'm not going to just read them all to you, but domestic dating violence. These are ones that are not eligible for it under Florida statute.
Loitering. Good Lord. Sorry.
Yep.
Standing around, not eligible. All right.
Yes.
Sorry, I get frustrated sometimes, Chief, but go on, please.
Okay.
Not frustrated with you.
The next slide, if you could give it a next slide. This is one of our new cutting edge strategies that we have at the Gainesville Police Department. It's called Community Safety and Awareness Center. And I will have Captain Shintrip come in and explain this to you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. The Community Safety and Awareness Center is something we've been working on for several years now. It's really akin to a real-time crime center, even though we think it brings a little bit more awareness, and we're looking for that community safety aspect, and we gave it a little bit of a different name. The CSAC will give us access to the traffic cameras, which we already have right now throughout the community. And so we have those video feeds, and it gives the responding officers and our command staff better situational awareness in case of in case of emergencies and stuff. These cameras are not recorded we do have the access to record some, but we don't normally record them because of the public records situation. But if we did have an incident or a series of incidents in an area, we do have ability to record a few of them at a time. We also have access to some cameras that we installed along Northwest First Avenue behind Midtown to help ensure the safety of the Midtown the area right there, of hospitality area right there. And of course, Bo Diddley Plaza, when it was remodeled several years ago, they put some surveillance cameras in there, and we have access to those also. Those are recorded, and of course, we have to stand by public records law, so we save those for 30 days, unless there's some type of crime or something on it, which we would save that in a separate category indefinitely. We are working to integrate additional cameras to increase awareness, hopefully around other city parks and city-owned buildings. We haven't worked out some of those details yet, but that is something we're looking to do in case of emergency around City Hall or human resources or something like that, that our officers and our command staff can have immediate situational awareness. Of course, this also works very well with our City Emergency Operations Plan, where the GPD Hall of Heroes is our Emergency Operations Center for the city. And all this technology is going to give everyone, including commissioners, if they come in during a hurricane or something like that, better situational awareness during those type of emergencies. Next slide. One thing I know, a question I may answer is what the CSAC is not, okay? Once it's fully staffed, and we don't have the specific staffing, and I'll give that to you in a second here. We don't plan on sitting in front of video cameras looking for crimes to occur. This is to give officers and our staff, including our command staff, better situational awareness when emergencies are occurring or things are happening in progress. That's what the CSAC is for, to give real-time intelligence. And the one thing it also isn't that I want to address right off the bat is none of these cameras have any type of facial recognition technology built into them. So, and we have no plan. That's actually in our policy. That will never occur. We don't have any plan for real-time facial recognition in our Community Safety and Awareness Center. We do not have specific persons working as operators yet. We have built the space out. We'd love for you to come see it if you have time. And we have plans for an expansion of the space and to make it better, but we haven't found the funding, and we haven't identified the funding for specific FTEs to staff those positions. We'd love to do it with civilians. This is a non-sworn capacity with civilians, and we'd love to do it up to 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, but we're still working on that. Right now, we're using it for special events. We used it during the New Year's Eve. We knew there was a lot of stuff going on in the city. We had it staffed then. An inauguration day. Thank God nothing happened here in Gainesville, but we were prepared, and we had our situational awareness uplifted by the fact that we had this capability here at the station. The CSAC would also monitor license plate readers throughout the city, and I'll talk about those next. Is there any questions first on the CSAC?
There are none. Please continue.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, we talked about this. Next slide. All right, license plate readers. LPRs, as we call them for short, stands for license plate recognition cameras, or LPR cameras. They scan tags as cars pass, and these they instantly run the license plates against national and state databases and a local database if we add them ourselves, to determine if they're stolen cars, if they're involved in like an amber or silver alert, or if they're a wanted felony vehicle like a bank robbery or a homicide. That would give us an instant alert. They use communication technology to transmit the signal to people's laptops, to where they're instantly notified that these things are occurring, and of course to our CSAC also. But officers have the ability to get this information on their laptops and their vehicles also. That's for real time. License plate readers can also be used for investigative or after the fact crimes. An example of this was that hit and run, the tragic hit and run back in December at 2000 West University Avenue, where the girl was hit and the car kept driving. License plate reader technology helped us identify that vehicle, find the car, take the car into custody, and we have now confirmed that it was the vehicle that was used in the hit and run. I don't want to say for certain, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, whether we would have identified that vehicle during the hit and run, but I can tell you that LPRs were vital in obtaining that identification. You may or may not know, University of Florida, as part of their safety plan, has installed dozens of license plate readers on the surrounding roads around campus. Southwest 13th Street, 34th Street, University Avenue, Archer Road, and Southwest 16th Avenue. And I don't know exactly how many there are, but there's a lot. And that gives the Gainesville Police Department, since we share the same database, we're using the same ones, we have access to those license plate readers. And we've had a lot of success using those license plate readers. We have a very strict policy at our agency. I hopefully that we've given you that policy in the past. You have to go through a training class to get access to the license plate reader technology. And just like driver's licenses, access and stuff like that, it's only law enforcement only, no other use for that, and it's strictly controlled. We do store our license plate reader data for 365 days, and that's for investigations. That's for investigative purposes. We, as a city, the city has purchased 8 license plate readers that are going to go. They have not been installed yet. We're waiting on some power to go to the DOT poles, but there will be at I-75, and then 4 of them will be on the east side of town also. And we're in the process of trying to get 10 more license plate readers. These are more neighborhood type license plate readers, with the idea we can use these to try to affect some of the violence we've seen on the east side of town. And that's at least, that's our thought process now. Of course, Chief Scott and Chief Jones, along with our district commanders, will have some say-so as to where this next 10 will go in the future.
All right, thank you. You do have a couple questions, so if you don't mind pausing, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you mentioned the class for the personnel who would be able to use a license plate reader system. As far as like a license, who makes the decision on a license plate being able to be searched? Is that at the officer level, or is that higher up, or is that like investigators? Does that question make sense in terms of? Yeah.
No, sir. No, it makes sense. Absolutely.
Right.
No, there's no, it would just be like us, who decides who can search somebody's driver's license, right?
Yeah.
Who can search somebody's name in any database, whether it's a federal database or our local database. We leave that to the sworn personnel and to make those decisions during their investigations. But there are policies in place to ensure that it's for law enforcement purposes only.
And I assume all of that is tracked on who searches for what and what the search is.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
And is that audited after a period of time of like why? I mean, do you audit those search records to see if they were actually reasonable searches or not?
We do not at this time, and our policy is that we need to pay attention to those, but not for license plate reader technology, because our officers have access to so many databases right now, sir, that license plate readers is not one where we've added to some extra scrutiny.
And if I can just add too, the essence of license plate readers is that it's a real-time database, and license tags are scanned against that real-time database. And if there is a hit, then that is notified to GPD for dissemination in real time on here. So if a car is stolen and that tag is in the database and it goes past a LPR, we're going to get a hit on that vehicle on that street at that time. And units can then respond to the area to find the car.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Simmons and then Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Simmons?
Mayor, I wanted to address the criteria for the location of the LPRs? Is there criteria?
Okay, so the criteria, most of the license plate readers right now that we have access to, the University of Florida put them in for security for their campus. So we had no input to exactly where they put those cameras. Our cameras were a collaboration with our district commanders and such to determine where we have, what are we trying to monitor? Like some of the cameras we're putting along I-75, ma'am, with the traffic coming into town, with the idea that we do have a lot of people travel into Gainesville to commit crime off the interstate. And one of our ways to hope to somewhat curb that is to have that type of information as they're entering, whether they're coming in a stolen car or with a stolen tag, which a lot of times means they're in a stolen car and they took somebody's tag and put it on there. So that's where we came up with the I-75 side. The other idea for the other side of town was just a collaboration with District Command as far as how do we impact crime on the east side of town. And that's how we come up with these ideas for that.
And if I would add, what you do is your criteria when you're particularly looking at an urban area, regardless of what side of town it's on, is you look from your crime analysis unit at what were the crimes that occurred in the area. We do know that a lot of times people will commit offenses and they will use a vehicle as a mechanism of escape. And so we would go back and look historically. Okay, is this area right here an area that is known for this type of activity? And what we're trying to do is, if it is, we want to, apprehend that individual or prevent that individual from, committing an offense in that area or further.
So what I'm hearing is that all the crime is in East Gainesville. All crime takes place in East Gainesville.
No, that's not what you said. They got stuff set up on West University Avenue and other places as well. I-75, as we know, has been an escape route for individuals that come inside the city limits of Gainesville, commit an offense, and they slip away on I-75 to get away. Matter of fact, when we had the controversial speaker that came to the University of Florida, they left on I-75 in a way to escape the city limits of Gainesville. The Spencer speaker, that's who I'm referring to.
And I understand that I-75 is a way to go north and south and just a highly, heavily traveled route. But we can also go down 441 to get in and out of town. So are we going to install cameras on 441?
It's a funding issue, of course, Madam Commissioner, as much as anything else. Of course, we'd love to put license plate readers on incoming and outgoing traffic on south on 441 and north on 441, because you're right. We don't know where crime is going to come from. But with limited resources, you have to kind of try to figure out, like Chief says, using your crime analysis data and your strategic data and your strategic plan, try to figure out how you can have the most impact with the limited amount of resources.
Was this ran through the equity toolkit to determine the location?
No, it did not.
I would like us to run this through the equity toolkit because there may be some unintended consequences behind this. Just to insinuate or just to assume that this location is the perfect location to put these cameras, I don't think that's a great approach. What I'm going to recommend and move is that we put this LPR through the equity toolkit before we make any installations on any side of town, particularly the east side of town.
No problem.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner. I'll come back to you. I'm going to wait till the end of the presentation, see if there's anything else that goes in a motion.
Okay.
I've written that down, and I'll make sure that we
Thank you, Mayor.
Get that in. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for bringing that up, Commissioner Simmons. I agree that this should be put through the equity toolkit. I wanted to find out what specific examples do you have about how these LPRs will stop gun violence issues on the east side specifically?
Okay, absolutely. I think, and I think through empirical data, this is not something, Captain, that I'm coming up with. Empirical data shows that there's a very small percentage of repeat offenders in when it comes to violent crime. And if license plate readers give us the ability to investigate, let's say a drive-by shooting, which we've had a couple this year, and we're able to solve them, we're able to take the violent offenders off the street, which in turn should lower violent crime, because most offenders commit when they're in this pattern of violence. So the quicker we can stop them from offending and take them into custody and solve the crime, the better chance we have of stopping them from, again, reoffending.
And this is all because of license plate readers.
The example, Madam Commissioner, is if you have, like most drive-by shootings, we do have a vehicle description.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a license plate because they're very hard to see, right? But we do have a vehicle description. Sometimes we may even have a neighborhood surveillance camera on somebody's home that has a pretty good picture of the vehicle, which again, we can get a better idea of what it looks like, and we can maybe narrow it down to a Nissan. And the investigative aspects of license plate reader technology gives you the ability, if they're in the vicinity of those license plate reader cameras, to search during a specific time frame Nissans that have the same color pattern or something like that. Once you can get the tag number, that can lead you to the registered owner and may be able to lead you to the offender. Now, we'll also say this, Madam Commissioner, there is no question that our crime is driven in large parts by juveniles breaking into cars, stealing guns, and not just juveniles, I should say young adults, because it's not just juveniles. Young adults breaking into cars, looking for guns, and then stealing the cars, because we have a lot of neighbors who leave their keys or key fobs in their car. Those stolen vehicles become the mode of transportation for a lot of these violent outcomes. So if we can intercede and catch the stolen car before it ends up being used in a drive-by shooting or something like that, that's a reward, and that's another way we can help intervene before something more serious happens.
I would love to see some of the data that you have on that.
Okay.
And I think that will come through some of the work that you all do with the Equity Toolkit.
Excellent.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Johnson. I've written that down too for inclusion in an eventual motion. With that, Chief, please continue.
Okay. The next item that they have on there is the drone team. Mike, you want to talk a little bit about that, and then we'll get into personnel.
All right. Commissioners, we were tasked as an agency to come up with a plan, reference the aviation unit kind of not working out. And one of the things a lot of agencies are using are drones as kind of a intermediate tool as opposed to a helicopter. Drones are a lot less expensive, and they're a lot more deployable and more quickly deployable than trying to fly a helicopter, which we never really had a lot of helicopter coverage. It was only kind of as needed. So we're trying to implement a drone team program here at the Gainesville Police Department. Now, state statute's really specific as to when law enforcement can use a drone. Escape dangerous criminals is one, like a robbery or a shooting suspect, missing persons, or we would have to get a search warrant otherwise to fly a drone over a residence. And of course, to get a search warrant, you're going to have probable cause that somebody is committing a crime. So there would be judicial review before you could fly it over somebody's residence. We do have 12 drones at this point. We are putting together a drone team. They have to take certain FAA training to get qualified to fly the drone, understand airspace, understand FAA regulations. And the idea is that we would have these drones. They come in a small Pelican case, about 12 inches by 12 inches. They're highly mobile, and we can keep them in the vehicles of the patrol officers or even our field service technicians. We have one of them trying to get our civilians more involved in what we do here at our agency. And they would deploy them straight from the vehicle. So a night shift officer could be on scene of one of these incidents far faster than ever trying to call out a helicopter. Now, of course, they don't have the capability of a helicopter flying at 500 feet with 2 people and a spotter, but they do have quite a bit of capability to give us, again, more situational awareness. Ultimately, in emergency management situations, we can use this all to give a damage surveys. It could be beamed back. The information could be beamed back to the city emergency operations center. So there's other uses of the drone on top of it.
Okay, any other questions on drones?
There are not. Please continue.
We'll go to the next one. Just want to kind of give you an idea of where we stand as far as personnel services. And who will talk with you now is Captain Owens and Lieutenant Guyan.
Okay, I just didn't want to step on Captain.
Okay, good. All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Renee Guyan. I'm the lieutenant over in the Personnel Division. A quick update to this slide. You're seeing our actual total vacancy is 25. We have 24 officers and then the 1 chief inspector position that we're currently advertising, and that'll hopefully be an in-house selection coming up in the next couple weeks. Our current prospects are, during the month of February, we should have 5 job offers going out to sworn officers. And one of those I will mention is a record house intervention specialist that's making that transition. He's currently in the academy in Central Florida. So I think that's something that the chief is pretty proud of. In April, we'll have 2 cadets finishing up their AA degree, and they'll be transitioning to the police academy as well. So by the end of April, that number of 24 will be reduced by 7. So that gets us to 17. And then we have a current police officer process starting next week. 30 applicants have been invited to test there, and 7 of those are certified police officers already. So that is looking pretty good there. One of those people is a current field service technician with us. He's been here about 2 years, and he's ready to transfer into a sworn position. So that's also something that we are proud of. If you don't have any questions on this screen, we can move to the recruiting screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so obviously with everything from 2020, recruiting was limited, but as things are starting to open up, some of our normal recruiting practices as far as going to criminal justice programs at the universities and the police academies and even the high schools like Lofton and Newberry will start up again. In 2019, I was not here in personnel in 2019, but they started a recruitment team. That's something we're looking to reestablishing. We currently have 1 recruiter in the personnel office, and the idea of the recruitment team is to get 5 or 6 different employees throughout the agency trained up. They can go to recruitment events, and they can also just be a little bit more well-versed on the recruitment process and recruit in their different areas. And then something that we're really focused on as directed by Chief Jones, he's very big on a Gainesville grown police officer. And so linking up our in-house programs from the Explorer program into the cadet program into a non-sworn sponsored person going through the police academy is really something we're trying to link together so that we can get them into the agency and into the community early on, and then just walk them through that process. And I think that covers our 3 main areas. I think I covered the upcoming academies.
Yeah, go ahead, Lieutenant, if you don't mind, pause. We have a question from Commissioner Johnson.
Yes.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm curious about your about recruitment. What kind of controls do you all have in place to make sure that the people that we are recruiting are not part of any extremist groups or have any views that are the antithesis of, our goals with community policing?
I thank you for that question. Certainly, we hope to flush that out in the background process. We request to look at their social media sites, whatever they have, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, what have you. So they sit down with the background investigator during that time. If they've had previous job employment, talking with their previous supervisors, their neighbors, doing those in-person checks are the best way to flush it out. And then we certainly have our polygraph exam, which can hope to identify any deception that they've misled us in during the background process. But I will just take the opportunity to say that although we might have what appears to be a high number of vacancies, I take it very personally that we're not just plugging holes at this point, that the people that we hire, I sit down with, I have a conversation with, I know that they're a representation directly of me, but ultimately of the chief and of the city. And it's something we take very personally here, that we would like to be up to full staffing, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to short any corners trying to do that.
One other thing we do, Commissioner, that is rather unique on the oral board, we invite citizens, neighbors to come in and be part of the oral board because they may see something that we don't see. And so we have a list that we pull and ask them, would you like to serve on the oral board with us? And that has helped out a lot.
Thank you. That's good to know for myself and also the public that's watching. In the time that you've been there, has there ever been any acknowledgement or issues with police officers that have been part of extremist groups or hold views that are not what we want as part of our police force? And if you have, how have you dealt with that?
As far as, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chief.
As far as in service, I have not seen some. I have seen some that come through on the, like the lieutenant was saying, on the background investigation.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't sign off on it.
If I may add, Commissioner, I was the lieutenant prior to Lieutenant Guyen, and that was always flushed out. I think we had a few who were either in some groups or affiliated with some groups, and that was all flushed out with the background investigator, Officer Graham. He's very competent in making sure that he goes through pages and pages of their social media, even those times they tried to deactivate and they were questioned about it. We made sure that we vetted that very closely.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's great to hear. Thanks for doing such a good job with that.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant. Appreciate the updates.
Okay, we go to the next slide then. The next slide represents our uniform crime report. Commissioners, remember I told you that this is going to go away in some time. They kind of slowed up with everything that was going on in the nation. We were supposed to switch to NIBRS in January this month, but I think it's been pushed back to training our agency sometime in April. But this will kind of give you an idea. These are the stats. Now the FBI hadn't tabulated all this yet. So this is from our own internal tabulation. As you can see, our violent crimes certainly went up last year. When you look at 2019 and homicides, we had 3. We went up to 10 for 2020, which represented a 233% increase in homicides that we had. When you look at your sexual batteries or rape, we actually went down. Robberies, we actually showed an increase. As far as aggravated assaults, we also showed an increase. Our property crimes actually went down. As far as your burglaries, your larcenies, and your automobile theft was the only one that went up. I think, as you heard earlier, people leave their vehicles unlocked, and some people actually leave their key fobs or extra key fobs or whatever inside their vehicle. Some people take advantage of that. And so therefore, you have that, you have stolen vehicles in there. Overall, we were down by 5.36% compared to 2019. I'm very, very, very concerned about the crimes, all of them, but particularly the person crimes, the homicides. We've had one thus far this year, but I think as they indicated, we've had some drive-by shootings and some shootings, which I'll get into on the next slide. As you can see, burglary conveyance is up. We're trying to explain to our young people that if you enter a car with the intent of taking something, it's a felony. It's a burglary. You can see the motorcycle, which is scooters or whatever, is up, but shoplifting, retail theft actually went down. This is some of the things. Now, I will tell you the national trend is homicides across the nation. I think what the FBI is going to report actually went up across the nation. They attribute it to a number of things, extra guns out there, feuds, just a host of unemployment and poverty also is some of the things that they did. They did a multivariate analysis of these things, and this is what they're coming up with, but they haven't locked in one sure thing that they say this caused this increase.
All right, thank you, Chief. Commissioner Johnson has a question.
Okay, Commissioner.
I did not put my hand down from the last.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Chief, then go right ahead.
Okay, we go to the next slide. One of the things that when we began to look at, what can we do to prevent some of the things that I just showed you on the other one, we asked our officers to treat all these calls, shots fired call analyses, as if, if someone was hit or whatever the case may be. We're going to investigate those things when you call out. When we look at just the number, and most of our homicides, with the exception of one, was through firearms. When you look at 2019, we had 3, and as I indicated earlier, we had 10 in 2020. Person shot actually was hit, and thank God for our trauma centers at our hospitals, local hospitals that we have here. But we had 28 individuals shot both in 2019 and 2020. Then we have shots fired calls for service. 2019, 472, 2020, we had 530 calls for service that involved gunfire. So that's kind of give you an idea of the violence that we're experiencing, and we're coming up with working with the public. We actually encourage the public to call us when they have it. Sometimes it be firecrackers, or it is not a gunshot, but we want to come out anyway. We're asking the public, please don't just say, okay, they're just shooting again. We want to know, because we want to do some preventive actions to keep someone from getting hit. Questions that you all may have on this?
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to confirm, all 10 homicides last year were gun related. Is that correct?
No, I didn't say that. One of them was not.
One of them, okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Simmons?
Mayor, Chief Jones, at one point you were doing a pilot program, I think with some type of lighting to indicate where shots are being fired. I'm not sure of the program.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Shots fired, shot spotters. But we also doing some lighting, and if Captain Koenig is on, she's working on that committee. Shot spotters was a great program, but we couldn't afford it. They wanted a maintenance cost per year close to $500,000-$600,000, and they would not come off, and it would only cover a mile radius or something like that. So it wouldn't do that. $500,000 or $600,000 would not cover the entire city.
Did you think it was a beneficial program? Did it work?
The one, we use another company, I know what you're talking about with the lights. No, ma'am, it was not effective. We actually had citizens call something in the area where it was called at, where it was deployed at, and that machine did not pick it up.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make a motion. At
Yeah,
this time, if
please.
nobody else had any
Yep,
questions.
yep, go for it.
I wanted to move that we utilize the equity toolkit for the LPRs. And Commissioner Johnson wanted some information back.
Yeah, just data supporting the use of
Yeah.
LPRs. I think both in prevention and finding suspects and bringing them to
Right.
justice.
And we would want that information back. So that's the motion.
Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Santos. Motion by Commissioner Simmons. And with that, we will turn to Adam for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have one public commenter, Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. First and foremost, I want to thank Chief Jones and our dedicated law enforcement officers of GPD for their community policing efforts. I think they do a great job despite the Commission often tying their hands. There's been a lot of discussion on several issues involved, LDRs, which I think is good enhancement to solve crime. Again, the example provided was the hit and run fatality. They were able to use LDRs successfully to locate the vehicle and the owner. So I think that's good. Helicopter was mentioned. I know I commend GPD for using drones since the Mayor and Gainesville City Commission decided to defund the Joint Aviation Unit. So you guys no longer have access to a helicopter. That was very useful in capturing fleeing criminals, which is unfortunate because I think the helicopter provided really good service. There is the discussion of staffing. Again, I'm concerned about the staffing numbers. I know we've had a lot of shootings and violent crime in the city. I think if the Mayor and the Gainesville City Commission were serious about helping GPD have the resources to address that, despite the staffing challenges, they would fund or encourage GPD to have the resources to have additional patrols and police presence, which might help to deter some of this crime. I mean, at any given time, I think we only have 19 officers on any given shift patrolling the whole city. So I think enhanced police patrol would be instrumental in helping to address some of the challenges the city is facing. Can't be everywhere, but presence helps. When you're stretched thin, you don't have the presence, and we're seeing a lot of petty crime thefts, but more concerning is the violent crimes and shooting. Also, with respect to this new diversion deflection program, I'd like to know exactly why the city needs to have its own arrest diversion deflection program at additional taxpayer expense when the circuit court and state attorney already has this existing program. This seems like a complete duplication of effort, yet another costly expansion of city government because the Mayor and the Gainesville City Commission, the majority of which have criminal convictions or weak on crime, coddle criminals, and want to tie the hands of our dedicated law enforcement officers and tell them how they should enforce the laws in the state of Florida. I don't believe that the state attorney should agree to the city's duplicative program. I think that the state attorney reserves prosecutorial discretion to prosecute crimes that violate the laws of the state of Florida, irrespective of what the city wants the laws to be. And I just think that this is just, it just shows the true colors of the city commission. You guys seem to have issues with, enforcing laws and basically how evidence is collected.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
I'm not sure whether that's based upon proposed biases or whatever, but I just don't think it's appropriate for you guys to interject yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, we do have 2 more callers that have not been screened. We'll do that live. To the caller whose last 4 digits are 6619, are your comments related to our quarterly police department update?
Yeah.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Shanae Jackson, and of course I am calling in whenever I deem there needs to be a reason to call in. Listening to these actual presentation, and as always, I have many questions. Many things are often presented without any specifics. I think the devil is always in the details. So questions that I have regarding the LPRs is I would like to know, and I will say I was in a meeting, so I came in late. This question may be answered, but how do LPRs actually stop gun violence? I have another question. I would like to know what law enforcement purposes actually are and what that actually dictates. Also, yeah, I see that somebody did ask that question, but I do want two things. Number one, additional data on stolen cars, Amber Alerts, and Civil Alerts, meaning I want to see how that current data supports the actual need. In addition, which I heard Commissioner Johnson ask, but even more as it relates to the LPRs, where you have 4 at each exit and then 4 over in East Gainesville, although West Gainesville is a great deal more densely populated. As it pertains to any of these things that I often see that are missing also is a cost analysis. So when it comes to the risk versus the cost, I see that many decisions are being made irrespective of the actual numbers. And then I turn around and see that sometimes we say that we're fiscally responsible, but we don't do things in the appropriate manner. So you have to go back and revamp or do another program. My final comment is because Mr. Scott, and I will tell you that when I call him after him, I am so glad, even though as I drag you off, that he didn't get elected, because he always shows just how clueless he is. The reason, and just as a comment, that there needs to be a different vetting program as besides the state attorney, because the data has shown that there has been clear bias. So that's not anything that anyone made up. And the person doing the prosecution, whose office is actually gauged by convictions that they have, should not have all the power to decide how we decarcerate our people. When we're looking at the numbers in the jails that went from 600 to over 850 in just a few short months, it shows that we are doing something wrong. Also things like being arrested for driving on license suspended and other things like that. All they're doing is putting a strain on an already strapped budget as we state. Also, we always talk about these things in order to do crime reduction. There's still so many actual proactive, meaningful programs that are actually missing from this conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. We have one more caller at the moment. The caller with the last 4 digits, 0244. Are your comments related to the quarterly police department update?
Yes, thank you for taking my call. You know, I just wanted to say how much I really appreciate the city commission really wanting to make sure that our police officers are held accountable for their actions. But the one thing that I wanted to say is I keep hearing from members of the community, those living in East Gainesville, like Miss Doris Edwards, Miss Rosa Parks, saying that they need more officers, not less. That, you know, they've worked so hard to try to improve their neighborhoods as far as safety, and that they need more help. And what I'm seeing so often, especially over the past year because of the coronavirus pandemic, is the commission's asking more and more and more of our police officers without additional funding. So I'm just really concerned about, not giving them the appropriate funding they need to do the good job that they are doing, but they need to continue to do without the appropriate funding. So that concerns me. And then my last comment is I just ask the commission to be very careful not to micromanage our police officers. They're trying to do so much with so little, and to keep putting more on top of them and then micromanaging on top of them would be the biggest mistake we could ever make. We want to retain our good police officers. We've got to put an end to this revolving door where we spend all of our tax-paying money to train these police officers, not giving the appropriate support and, pay that they need, and then they're off, and then we've got to start all over with recruiting again. So I'm just asking you to please be careful on those fronts. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mayor, that was the last of our callers. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Just to respond to a couple of inquiries that were made from Ms. Jackson, the second part of the motion that was made and that we'll be voting on shortly will includes bringing back the data that you requested on the license plate readers. So once we get that, it will be publicly available, and you should be able to see it as well. And then to the point of the diversion program. It's not duplicative because the program we're trying to implement is a pre-arrest program, and the state attorney's program is a post-arrest pre-trial program. There is a significant difference between the two. If there was already a robust existing pre-arrest diversion program, we would have no need to do this, but it doesn't, and so that leaves it up to us to try to implement something that will keep people out of the, out of that pipeline prior to any arrest being made. And the real thrust of that is aligning people with support services and assistance they need, as opposed to just taking them to jail, where we know from that point on the outcomes become grimmer and grimmer the longer that they're there and the more times they go through that cycle. So it's all about diverting and deflecting away from that to try to make sure people are able to reach their full potential as our neighbors and fellow human beings. So with that, Madam Clerk, we will move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Absent.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Ward absent. Thank you, Chief. Thank you to all of your staff. Appreciate the update. And we'll do it again soon. As soon as you have that data, though, if you can get that back to the commission, we don't have to wait till our next update for that, okay?
I will do, and thank you all for allowing us to let you know what the Gainesville Police Department is doing.
Absolutely. And not without saying, but since the last update, you've got some new faces as senior command staff, and so we want to congratulate and thank all of those folks for their new roles and transitioning into those during incredibly difficult times. So thanks, everybody. Before the next item?
Just as a clerical note, I didn't vote.
Oh, we did not get Commissioner Ariola's vote. What was your vote?
Aye.
The vote was aye. Ms. Kessler? For
Thank you.
Commissioner
I
Ariola.
apologize for that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, on to our next item, an update on the Community Wellbeing Index. And Mr. Manager, I guess I'll toss it to you to introduce.
Thank you, and I'm going to toss it to Bobby Griffith and Laura Gretz. But just for some quick background, the Community Wellbeing Index was an item that is in the strategic plan, though it is not a top or high priority, but one that we are still continuing to work on, and we wanted to bring you up to date as to where we are.
Great,
Bobby?
thanks, Lee. I'll go ahead and turn it straight to Laura. She's the one that's the point on this particular project and has done the briefing, so thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Bobby. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. Happy to be here today to give you an update on where we are with our research and work on the Community Wellbeing Index. And if you'll give me just a moment, I will share my screen so we can go through the presentation together. And are we seeing the first slide, Community Wellbeing Index Research and Options?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Lee showed his face. I got a thumbs up. I appreciate that. All I can see is you all at the dais in the commissioner chambers. All right. So just a quick overview of what I'll be covering with you today. Just wanted to make sure that you are aware of how the Community Wellbeing Index is connected to our strategic plan, which Lee briefly mentioned. I'd like to share with you some of our initial research findings. There's quite a bit of research out there on this approach, and we'll be sharing with you just a little bit of that research that we've conducted. We also want to share with you some specific best practice examples, and then talk a little bit about what's the data that we currently have on hand and the different things that we measure that can help give us clues to where we may be at with community well-being. Then we're going to spend some time going through the comparisons of some of the options that we're bringing forward to you. And I am going to give you all some time towards the end to share your vision, your thoughts with us, because I think that's going to be important as we decide to map out our next steps going forward. Any questions about what I'll be talking about?
No, please move on. Thank you.
All right, very good. Okay, so as Mr. Feldman had mentioned, our work around community or neighbor well-being index and metrics falls under our goal 1 of working to be a more equitable community. I've provided just a portion of the strategic plan around this particular item, and as Mr. Feldman mentioned, it's not a top or high priority, but it was a policy action that we wanted to pursue. You can see the timeline on the right-hand side. Things have been working right on time. We did bump up our presentation to you all just a tad because I believe we had a commissioner who was looking for an update. So we're happy to provide that to you today on where we're at. All right, so a little bit around our best practices and our research findings. The first thing we set out to do as we did our research was to really come up with a definition of what is community well-being. And John Weissman and Kathleen Brasher, I don't know if you're familiar with them, they are public health researchers that published an article in the Journal of Public Health Policy titled Community Well-Being in an Unwell World. And this was written a few years back. And their definition was that community well-being is a combination of social, economic, environmental, cultural, and political conditions that are identified by individuals and their communities as essential for them to flourish and fulfill their potential. So we based a lot of our research on this definition and kind of looking to fulfill that. Overall, what we found is there is really not one standard community well-being index that's universally used across the board. Some communities have really gone far down the road of doing this, and a lot of communities have dabbled, but not quite. And after some extensive research, we're going to present to you today 3 initial options that we've explored. It's intended to give you a flavor of what's out there. I will note that there is a lot more research that is out there and other ways to do that, and we can continue to explore those as well. These 3 that we brought to you today, as I mentioned, are just some examples of ways we could consider going. So the first example I want to share with you comes from the University of Minnesota Center for Spirituality and Healing. They created a well-being module. It was created by Dr. Mary Jo Kreitzer, and it identifies 6 dimensions that contribute to overall well-being. And that includes health, relationships, security, purpose, community, and environment. And it does take into consideration our interconnectedness, right? So not just about ourselves, but our interconnectedness with our communities as well. This is a conceptual model. If this were something that we were going to pursue, it would need to be customized. I think you'll find as I start to present some of the other options, I think there's some more expansive ways that we can look at this, but this was one of the first that we came across. The next example I want to share with you comes from the city of Santa Monica in California. In 2017, Santa Monica won a $1 million grant from Bloomberg Philanthropies, and it allowed them to partner with the RAND Corporation to develop a community well-being index. The RAND Corporation, I don't know if all of you are familiar with them, but they're an independent think group. They're a research organization, and they work to develop solutions around public policy challenges and help communities kind of throughout the entire world make them safer, more secure, healthier, and more prosperous. So it was a great marriage for the 2 of them. It helps to provide a baseline of understanding for the city of Santa Monica on where they were with community well-being. They used existing data that they had, determined what other kinds of new data might be needed, and then the RAND Corporation really did a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of developing, conducting, and analyzing survey results. There was quite a bit of community outreach going out into different neighborhoods to understand for each area what was important to them. And it's one thing we found in our research that just simply moving from one zip code to the next, a person's idea of well-being and where they're at in that spectrum can really change. The other nice thing that we were excited about with the city of Santa Monica and the work that they were doing is they've utilized the GARE framework in their work. And of course, that's something that's very important to us here at the city of Gainesville. So as we learn through our conversations with them that they utilize that, we think that that might be a useful feature. So the challenge of all this, though, was not just to measure well-being and put it at the heart of local policy making, urban planning, and resource allocation. So it's one thing to measure it. It's another thing for us to really focus as a city around how we develop our policies, how we develop services and programs, and making sure that it's impacting community well-being. And that's really what the city of Santa Monica attempted to do. A couple of notable items, in addition to utilizing the GARE framework, they created a whole office within their city to focus just on community well-being that had several staff members, but unfortunately it's no longer funded by the city. As they came into some budget shortfalls, that was one of the areas that was cut. But however, some of the staff members continue to operate as a nonprofit organization and are very, very interested in sharing their experience and their expertise with cities like ours. We've had several conversations with them, and they're quite excited about the possibility of sharing their information with us. So a little bit more about their particular index. So their project, as they put this together with the RAND Corporation, had 3 phases. The first was to define well-being at their community level, so specific to their community. The second was to measure well-being using administrative data, resident surveys, social media data, and other sources of information. And then third, they really wanted to help address well-being needs by working with other community partners and residents to create effective strategies to help boost that community well-being for their residents. So you see before you here sort of an outline of what their model was. So there were 6 dimensions that they measured. Of course, one is the overall state of the community well-being. So how are the people of Santa Monica doing? And then they went on to look at 5 other dimensions as well. So community, how strong is the sense of community and connection? Place and planet, does the built and natural environment support and promote well-being? So this might cover things around mobility options, quality and access to different services, pride in place, and the natural environment. The third dimension was around learning. Do people have the opportunity to enrich their knowledge and skill sets across their lifespan? So things around learning status, learning behaviors, and access to learning. The next dimension was around health. So how healthy is Santa Monica? They looked at physical and mental health status, access certainly to healthcare and healthy behaviors. And the last dimension was around opportunity. And so can a diverse population live and thrive in Santa Monica? So they looked at things like affordability, opportunities that existed for their residents, and business diversity. So those were the dimensions that they sought to define and then measure with a variety of indicators. I won't go through all of them here, but they're represented on the chart. And then once they had those measures identified, they wanted to act on that, right? Because it's one thing just to measure, but really the proof is in the pudding, right, with how you act on that data. So whether it's crafting a city budget, city policies, operations, collaborating both within the city and with external partners, and how you communicate and engage, all of that took into consideration those 6 dimensions and the data that was represented among them. And then finally, one of the third options or flavors, if you will, that we wanted to present to you is around a very familiar name in the survey world, which is Gallup. They partnered with ShareCare and developed a community well-being index back in 2008. And they did this in conjunction with the Boston University School of Public Health. They utilize phone, both cell phone and landlines, digital outreach, and hard copy snail mail surveys on a daily basis, and then use statistical modeling techniques to derive a state, a county, and a metro area score. That's something that's very iterative, and each version kind of refines their model. Prior to 2019, they would only provide state measures, and they did some county measures in some cities. So it's just in 2019 where they revised some of their statistical modeling so that they were able to report out on all 50 states, 383 metro areas, and almost 100% of the counties across the nation. It's resource intensive, obviously, doing this. They survey on a daily basis. The difference between an option like this and what Santa Monica does is we rely purely on what the Gallup survey is. We don't have any say in customizing that. We rely on where Gainesville ranks, and then the idea would be to work towards improving in those areas that need improvement. And if you'll bear with me for just a moment, they've recently released their rankings, and I'd like to share those with you. So let me stop sharing the presentation and I will pull up the rankings. Any questions while I'm pulling that up?
No, please continue.
All right. Let's see. Almost there. Too many screens open. Okay, you should be able to see a map of the state of Florida with a lot of blue circles, and then a chart on the right-hand side with several different lines of information and some purple lines. Does anybody see that?
We do.
Okay, very good. All right, let me just move your faces out of the way because they're where I want to speak. So happily, looking at the most recent surveys that were released in 2019, Florida overall within the nation is ranked 18th. This is on the ShareCare site. They actually have an interactive map that you can go and play with. And then you can drill down by county and city metro. Florida is ranked 18th in the nation. Alachua ranked as a county, ranked second in the state of Florida, and Gainesville ranked first in the state of Florida. They use a 100-point scale, and for the city of Gainesville, let me hover over here, we achieved a score based on the Gallup ShareCare survey of 70 out of 100. You'll see along in this white area, the different areas that they measure. So they look at community, economic security, financial status, food access, healthcare access, et cetera. And I'll go through these in just a moment. But the key point I wanted to bring out in this particular sort of slide to share with you is you'll see a blue dot that goes along all of these different lines. That represents the national average. So you can see for the city of Gainesville, we are either at or exceeding the national average on all categories, except for economic security. We do fall beneath that. So it's nice to see that we're ranked #1 for the state of Florida, but obviously based on these numbers and these ranges, we still have some improvement in things that we could do. Plus, I think we need to understand from our neighbors' perspective what's most important to them. But I did want to share this with you. So let me stop sharing for just a moment, and I'll go back to the presentation. Okay, so a little bit more about, my computer wants to follow along with me. There we go. So a little bit more about the Gallup ShareCare Community Wellbeing Index. So it has several different elements or dimensions, expanded from what we saw with Santa Monica. So they took the Community Wellbeing Index, which measures physical aspects, which includes having good health and enough energy to get things done daily, financial aspects, so managing your economic life to increase security and reduce stress. Social dimensions, which means having supportive relationships and love in your life. Community, liking where you live, feeling safe and having pride in your community. And purpose, liking what you do each day and being motivated to achieve your goals. They took that well-being index and for 2019 added the social determinants of health, and that includes several dimensions as well. This social determinants of health was derived from over 600 elements of social determinants of health from sources including the American Community Survey, the United States Department of Agriculture, Area Health Resources, the National Park Service, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and more. So these dimensions here include healthcare access, which focuses on the concentration of doctors, OBGYNs, and pediatric specialists per 1,000 residents. Food access, which is the presence of grocery stores within 1 mile of underserved populations, including Black individuals, children, and seniors. Resource access, which includes the quantity of libraries and religious institutions per 10,000 residents. Employment rates for people over 65 and the presence of a grocery store within 20 miles. Housing and transportation, which includes home values, the ratio of home value to income and public transit use, and economic security, which covers rates of employment, labor force participation, individuals with health insurance coverage, and household income above poverty level. So you can see it's quite expansive and extensive what Gallup and ShareCare uses for their survey mechanism. And you get a better feel for that. So on our next slide, we wanted to take just a couple minutes to just kind of compare across these three possible options or flavors, if you will, that we've presented today. So the University of Minnesota, while I think it's a sound methodology, it does not include as many health and economic opportunity measures that we might like to see. And does not appear to be as widely used across communities as the other two that we're presenting. With Santa Monica, one of the pluses, as I mentioned, we were very excited to see that they utilize GARE framework, and we've talked with them a little bit about King County in Seattle. They have an Office of Equity and Social Justice that follows many of the same tenets of what I think we're trying to do here. It just happens to be housed under a different location. So there's definitely some similarities that I think we could pull from. As I mentioned before, they're very eager to provide assistance to us to help replicate it, although it's not at the level of the RAND Corporation with their knowledge and their expertise, but at least we could learn from Santa Monica's lessons and get in touch with resources that as they are available to us. And this index would be customizable. You know, that's one of the pluses of what Santa Monica did. They really focused on customizing their well-being index based on the needs of their residents. And then some of the downsides around the Santa Monica approach, obviously, you know, they were able to work with a $1 million grant from Bloomberg Philanthropies. And we don't have $1 million sitting in the back of City Hall on a money tree last time I checked. But anyway, so we do have to consider the cost that's around there. And then of course, the expertise and the labor that may be required to do something as customized as the Santa Monica option. On the Gallup ShareCare option, some of the pluses, obviously they utilize a standard tried and true measure and analytic expertise of Gallup. It is comparable to other cities. So we would be able to compare ourselves to others that fall under the ratings under the Gallup ShareCare methodology. And the minuses that we probably need to consider, you know, it would allow us to focus on the performance in low performing areas based on their rankings, but it's not necessarily customized to our area. And really the level of effort that we put towards it would be determined based on how you all decide you would like to move forward with this. So just some other points to keep in mind that I wanted to be sure to mention. One, none of these options are really comparable to one another. So if we chose to say do the Santa Monica option, we couldn't necessarily compare that across to Gallup or Minnesota or others that are out there. The other is we've really found that there's no plug and play option, if you will. There's certainly lots of different approaches. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, which I already talked about, was there is a possibility to integrate this into the equity efforts that are already ongoing here at the city and try to form a more holistic approach. So I want to talk a little bit about the data we have now. So this is all data, regardless of which way we decide to go. I think it's important that we gather sort of an inventory or bucket of data that already exists that we can utilize no matter which way we decide to go. So just wanted to provide that for you here. Obviously, we have the City of Gainesville, our own neighbor survey. We had the results from last year, and the new survey is getting ready to be launched, or is launched, is my understanding. So we'll get those results shortly. And that helps us to understand our neighbors' satisfaction with city services. And it does give us a bit of insight into their perception of their quality of life and access to certain services and programs. There's also the Bieber report that's put out by the university's Bureau of Economic and Business Research. That includes the items that you see listed here. And we have been paying close attention to Alachua County's Community Health Improvement Plan. They've just recently released their most recent version, but it certainly contains healthcare and wellness items that are very important to establishing community well-being. So before I give you a chance to chat a little bit, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the purpose and benefits of a community well-being index, which I think most of you probably understand, but just for the benefit of others in the audience as well. So obviously, as a local government and municipality, we've always worked to provide essential services to our neighbors, right? And make sure that they're safe and make sure that there's sound infrastructure. But if we pursue this idea of a community well-being index, it really does take it to a whole nother level, which can be a very good thing. And we're seeing in our research, there's definitely a trend of municipalities across the nation looking to kind of reimagine their obligation and their role as government. Is it really just to provide those basic essential services, or do we want to be proactive and invest more in supporting and increasing the well-being of our neighbors? So, and the other idea is, again, we want to hopefully try to just not measure, but also understand how we can take that information and use it to improve our policy making, improve our urban planning and our resource allocation to make sure that our communities thrive. So with that, I wanted to open it up to you all just a little bit to understand from your perspective, when you hear the concept or idea of a community well-being index, what's your utopia? What are you hoping to see?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gretz. Appreciate it. We'll start with Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I just want to say I think this is great. This is something I think the city needs. What I like, and maybe you can give me some more insight on it, is the concept where we look at the lower ranking or look at the areas that need improvement within our city and work towards that. Versus the other option, the Santa Monica option. I like the concept of the Gallup's ranking and the implementation of this program. So how would that work? How would we, I guess, take me through the process of the steps if we were to look at where we need the most support or what we need to do to bring our parts of our community that's performing below level or underperforming, how would we address that? What's the steps to doing something like this?
So thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. So Commissioner Simmons, we are in the process of trying to connect with Gallup and ShareCare to find out just that. From what we've been able to gather so far, they do have some initiatives available that will work with individual communities. Naples was a community that has worked with them. There's an organization called the Blue Zones Project that works with them. And so I think that's going to be a possible option. What we don't know right now is the exact cost and what the timing would be, but there are some options. So if that is an option that we wanted to follow, it would be gathering that information from Gallup first, finding out what the cost is, and then it's really a matter of zoning in on the areas where we want to improve, who does that touch, and taking an inventory of the data that's there and the programs and services that are offered, and then putting together, in my opinion, working groups. And when I say working groups, I mean internal folks, but also community partners, to start to put our heads together around, what are the efforts that we can undertake to help improve those scores in those particular areas.
Yeah, I like that concept. I don't know what my colleagues think, but I think looking at those areas that are shortcoming, then we focus on that versus the citywide approach. And I'm just interested to hear what other thoughts are. Being targeted and just focusing on those areas. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
So I agree with Commissioner Simmons that a targeted approach might be a better solution. There are things that Gainesville does really well, and we know it, and I think the Gallup information can reflect that there are some things that we are doing very well, and there's no need to, if it isn't broke, don't touch it. Just let it be, because we tend to do that really well. But I also, because cost was brought up, I do think that this model is the more responsible model, because as we said, we don't have $1 million in our money tree to just pluck, nor do I think we could get this grant that Santa Monica got, but we can use Gallup, and whatever the cost might be, I don't think it'll be $1 million, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it could be, I don't know, that's why we're asking. But I do like that it had a variety of options that the Santa Monica model did not have. And if we can focus on 3 or 4 issues that we are less than at the national average, which I think was only economic security was the only one we're not meeting the national average.
Correct.
But there may be 2 or 3 others that we are not as high as we could be, and if we are told what those are, because I would love to play with that model and see all that data if I had access to it. To see, which of those areas where we're not performing as high as we'd like to, which of those matter the most to the commission, and which ones do we want to target and work on those. Because I think improving 3 or 4 areas might be a better approach than trying to fix everything all at once. And if it seems that there may be ripple effects, even if we fix one area, that might bleed out into an area we're not necessarily focusing on. But by improving one area, we might bring up others, if that made any sense. I don't think I was entirely eloquent on it. But I do think focusing our efforts on a targeted approach would be the best solution, as Commissioner Simmons said. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayes Santos. Got you next, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we need to make sure we can take our actions and focus on things we're not doing well at, but I think we need to track things we're doing good at as well. I think we need to, if we just track things we're bad at, then this is I think is helpful in seeing trends over a period of time. And you might be good now, but that might drop over time. So I do think it's important that we track things we're doing good at and bad at, and there's effects of, like Commissioner Sacco said, they're doing one thing well might actually, have effects on other things, but also might reduce something we're good at too. There's different things. So I think we can have targeted approaches to work on the issues we're hurting at, but I do think we need to track a whole picture, and that's what this is about. Is it's trying to track the whole kind of picture of our neighborhoods, our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I will start with the question from Ms. Grates about what our utopia is, and then I'll work backwards. The utopia for me would be that all kind of jurisdictions in Gainesville, city, county, school board, UF, Santa Fe, UF Health, would all be rowing in the same direction when it comes to measures of well-being that we decide on collectively. And that's a big ask, and that's a big project. It's big money, it's multi-year. But that for me is my utopia. Now, getting there, I like some of the suggestions that Commissioner Simmons and Commissioner Sacco brought up. And I also think that there is additional information that I would be interested in seeing. And you mentioned that the Santa Monica group is open to talking to the city about their experiences. And I think it's great to have that kind of, that viewpoint for us to make some more informed decisions. So I'm interested in hearing what they have to say. And I'm wondering if that's a possibility, if they can come and talk to us about their experiences with the Wellbeing Index in their city. And not just us. I have some ideas about, because I also think that we can lead this project, but ultimately I would like for it to be a very much a citywide project. And how we get there, I'm not sure. I have some thoughts about the UF partnership. I have some thoughts about bringing this up at the city county school board meeting to see if there's interest there. But it's definitely not something I think that we should go alone at or even develop alone. It's absolutely going to need to be a partnership in order for us to have the intended outcomes, right? And that's really making policy decisions based on this well-being index and tracking it. So all of that to say, what I would like to see is this to be an item on our city county school board list of what we address at that meeting, and potentially have the Santa Monica people talk to us about their experiences, either at that meeting or a separate meeting, doesn't matter, but I'd like to hear. And also for us to think more deeply about potential partners and how to develop this over time. And I think we have some really good data already. Clearly the Bieber report is some very specific data that I think we can work off of. And you mentioned something else in there. There was the Gallup. Did you mention another one?
Yes, Alachua County's Community Health Plan is another one. And then of course our neighbor survey that we conduct as a city.
Yeah. So go ahead. Please.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
sorry.
Please.
So I'm trying to stick with protocol. So Mayor and Commissioners and Commissioner Johnson, the other thing to keep in mind, which I think goes along with your train of thought, there's a lot of other work that we are doing as a city that absolutely will impact community well-being. So obviously I've already mentioned our GARE efforts and our equity efforts here at the city. But just yesterday I sat in on a kickoff meeting for our comprehensive plan and how that's going to be developed. Certainly as we work to devise that, we can make sure that there are certain elements that are addressed. GFR is taking the lead on another one of our strategic planning items around the comprehensive city public health policy and action plan. Again, another area that can impact the community well-being index. and the county's chip. So I bring that up just to kind of reinforce your point, Commissioner Johnson, about the fact that there's a lot of work already going on that can impact the community well-being index. It's just a matter of really corralling, I think, those efforts, understanding all the data, and as you, I think, very nicely put it, getting everybody to row in the same direction with that same vision moving forward.
And that's going to be the biggest challenge. But I think that we can, get there. I do.
Very good. Thank you for your comments.
Did you conclude, Commissioner?
Yep, thanks.
Okay, thanks. So, yeah, Commissioner Johnson, thanks for articulating your utopian ideal in the way that you did, because I love it. I agree that that really will determine ultimate success or not. So I very much concur that that is not only something we should aspire to, but that we should commit to at this stage of the process. And we're not starting from a raw idea. I mean, this is really building off the Friendship 7 initiative to try to bring some hard data and analysis to what our community anecdotally already knew and saw was true. And I don't know, perhaps it's just my sort of spiritual makeup, but I don't see this as heavy of a lift as perhaps you do, because we've already started, we've already agreed, we've already all taken the results of that Bieber study and accepted them, and all in our own way committed to how we work to eliminate those disparity gaps that were identified. So I think we're not substantially on our way, but we're on our way. We have a sort of structure and precedent on which to build this effort. So when you talk about next steps, it's how do we get everyone rowing in the same direction? Like what does it look like to fill in an indeterminate amount of time, 12 months from now, 18 months from now, everyone's agreed to a framework and approach and an index methodology that we will then use to inform our individual strategic planning, our collective strategic planning, and our integration of efforts to address any particular outcome, whether it's public health or educational outcomes or whatever it is. I'm highly optimistic that we can get to that point. We know our partners; they're all, I think there is a sentiment there that they understand the urgency and want their particular part of that puzzle to play a meaningful role. So I'm great. Well, Madam Clerk, if you'll make a note of this being an agenda item, I think it'd be great if we get the Santa Monica people there just to talk to us. I think that's a great discussion to have, and boy, if we can come out of that meeting with the three of us agreeing that we're all ready to really seriously engage, I have a lot of confidence we can bring UF and Santa Fe on quickly. I think we can get the chamber on quickly. I mean, I think this could really happen relatively soon. In government speak, relatively soon. Here's where I will continue to have concerns. Gallup is a very well-respected organization at doing surveys and compiling data and releasing that to the public. But very few, very few organizations have been able to effectively crack the data equity nut. So part of the problem of developing public policy approaches towards challenges at any level, but let's just stick with Alachua County, is that if you're using data that does not accurately reflect the situation of your community because it was inequitably obtained, then you're making flawed policy decisions. Not consciously and not out of any sense of malice, but because you did not have complete data. And there's some fantastic work that is being done. Some was being done at UF Law, I know, a few years ago, but nationally there are some organizations and some folks really working on how to develop a framework so you ensure that you are approaching data collection in an equitable manner. That's the piece. I don't care if we go with the Santa Monica model or a Gallup model. I mean, I sort of have my preliminary preference of what I think would work the quickest and get us moving on a lot of this stuff. But regardless, we need, through our equity toolkit, through our association with GARE, through our associations with other organizations that specifically focus on data equity, to make sure they're involved, so whatever we end up using and building, we know that once we get that data, it is legitimate, it is accurate, it reflects the true situation of our community. And to me, that's going to be the most challenging part. It's not going to be getting everybody on board, and it's not even going to be sort of deciding which sort of broad framework or model can work, because I think probably any of them could work. It's sort of how do you want them to work, and which one can we do sooner and within budget, and all those things. So I think that's something that our staff is going to have to challenge themselves to figure out. I think I think this is a job for Ms. Gratz, Ms. Marshall, our Director of Equity and Inclusion. I think it's a job for folks at the university who, frankly, some of them have a background in this and can assist. And so I feel like we're in a place where we can continue moving forward, continue to be committed to this, start working on formalizing those relationships, partnerships for this particular effort. But in the meantime, finding something that we know that we can kind of ingrain in the DNA of whatever we choose to do, that allows us to have an incredibly high degree of confidence that the data we're using to make decisions is based in the most equitable framework as possible. So heavy lift, that's the heavy lift to me. But I don't think that anything else we do matters unless we do that, unless we get that right. So that's kind of where my mind is. Okay, let me go back around the horn. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm embarrassed to say that data equity was not something that crossed my mind prior to you saying it, but it is a very good point. Is there a way to know where? And I think we had this problem with other data that was presented to us recently. Is there a way to know what data they're using to make these calculations? So if Gallup is giving out a score or some kind of measurement, is there a way to know what data they use to make that assessment?
Do you know the answer to that, Ms. Gratz?
Yes. So Commissioner, I believe there is, we can speak directly with Gallup and get some more information about the different dimensions and how that comes to be in terms of kinds of questions they ask, et cetera. And we can focus specifically on that idea around data equity to see what their methodology is and how they address that.
So that's good to know, because I still like the idea of using Gallup's model, but knowing that we can communicate with them to see if there are any holes in their data gives me hope that then we can fill in those holes ourselves. That way it's not Gallup having to fix their entire organization. It's us supplementing the data with our own research, that if we know where the holes are, we can plug them in. And I think rather effectively and much more quickly. So given that we can communicate with them and have that dialogue, I still think that this is a good model. To Commissioner Hayes Santos' point on, tracking kind of keeping an eye on everything, would it be possible to have everything kind of on a back burner so that we are reviewing it all, or at least aware of all of it, while tracking our problem areas or our success areas?
So I think that would be possible, right? We can keep one thing moving while the other's sort of out there. I think we could do that.
So with those answers, I'm still comfortable that this may be the better model for us to go forward. But I like Commissioner Johnson's idea of making sure that we're all on the same page and that we all agree with the direction we're going in. But as far as data equity concerns are, I'm satisfied with those answers, that we could potentially fill in those holes ourselves, and going forward with this model. And so, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. So Commissioner Secco brought up a great point that I was going to ask when she's talking about filling in the holes. You indicated earlier that there's no plug and play options. So where do we stand? Where does that leaves us? There is no plug and play.
So essentially, what we meant when we said that was that there's no one standard community well-being index that the majority of municipalities use that we could just work on. I think Gallup probably comes closest to that. So I'm hearing several commissioners seem to like the idea of utilizing Gallup and then kind of shoring up those areas where we need to improve. And as Commissioner Hayes Santos mentioned, focusing on things that we're still doing well in, right? We don't want to drop the ball on those. So it might be that one possibility would be we pursue Gallup for now, and that's our initial phase, if you will, and look at it in a phased approach. But also, to me, I think it's at the same time, we work with those community partners to make sure they're on board with what we're trying to do, the whole concept of things. And so we use Gallup as a jumping off point, and perhaps down the road we end up developing something more or more robust, I don't know. But at least we can start with the Gallup point and then go from there.
So we can adjust. We can make adjustments.
So we just to, I hope I didn't confuse you. So I think that we can, with Gallup, we can't adjust any of the items. We'd have to follow what Gallup has. But perhaps as we start to have more discussions with our community partners and this whole idea of a community well-being index, they may decide that we move away just from Gallup and maybe do more of a Santa Monica approach. And if that's the case, then yes, we would adjust off of that and then create our own. I hope, is that answering your question?
That I have, if we move away from the starting point, if we start with Gallup and we have our community partners involved and we decide to go another direction and we decide to go Santa Monica route, then should we just start off with Santa Monica route? I mean, because when you say there's no plug and play, that to me that means that there's little to no adjustments. You have to utilize the framework as it is, or it will not be as successful as we would want it to be, because we're maneuvering and we're doing different things and trying to make adjustments. And so that's my question. I know we all have this great idea, and we want to we want this service. We want to make sure that we can create something that's wonderful. But if we're focused on just this one particular framework and we can't plug and play, when we have other entities being involved where things, people have different opinions and have different approaches, will that be the correct model to use if we add additional assets or additional pieces to the puzzle? And
Yeah,
I
so
guess that's
Commissioner,
something we'll figure out.
yeah, I think it's an important question to ask, and I think it's one that we shouldn't feel like we need to answer today. I think it's one we should be able to answer after we get everyone else to the table. Help them. We do. And so I think, it's gotta be, whatever we use has gotta be something that sort of all 6 or 7 major entities agree to and understand will work. I think the nice thing about the Santa Monica model is it is customizable. So we can make it work however we say we want it to work. The downside of that is it's a lot more difficult to develop and it's a lot more expensive. So those are the kind of conversations we need to have. And it's I think that's one of the big questions that has to be right out in front as we have our joint meeting with the county and school board, as well as the other institutions.
Any examples where you had other organizations? I know you had one example, but did you see in your research 4, 5, 6 different organizations working together to create a well-being program?
So certainly Santa Monica, I think, took that approach. While they took the lead, they worked with several different agencies in their area. King County, in our research as well, in Seattle, even though it was overseen in their equity office, it was the same thing. They pulled together resources from other community partners and kind of joined on this mission, if you will, together to bring that to fruition.
Do we have Seattle in here?
I did not have them, I didn't put any information in the actual presentation, but did take a look at what they put together for King County.
Yeah, I think if we can get some information on other areas that pull 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 different organizations or agencies together, that'll be helpful for us as well. Hello?
Sure. I think she's writing that down.
Oh,
yes. I'm sorry, Commissioner. Yes, I was making note of that, so I won't forget it.
Thank you. Mr. Feldman, you want to jump in real quick here, and then we'll go over to Commissioner Johnson?
I do. I wanted to clarify the difference between an index and a program, because I've heard both of the discussions. So the index is just data. It is a snapshot at a period of time to look at certain metrics and say, how do you compare to other communities, other counties, other states on a variety of indexes, whether you look at Santa Monica's or you look at the Gallup, it's all data. And the data is there to help us inform and to feed into things like our own strategic plan. So you will have data points, whether it's a well-being index, as is the Share Care one from Gallup, or our neighbor survey, or other various data points that we will be feeding to you as we're working along. Those will drive your strategic plan, which will help move our position hopefully in a positive way, on many different indexes that are out there. And then we will go back continually to look at these indexes to determine if we're making movement in the right direction on there. Where I think the true community partnership comes in is not in developing an index, but developing the plan based upon the data that is contained in indexes and surveys, whether it's the Alachua County Community Health Plan, whether it's the Shared Care Index, whether it's our neighbor survey, whether it's the Beaver Report. All those feed into informing us in terms of developing the plan. So I'd urge the commission to one, understand our staff's capacity. We just can't create indexes and do the data collection on them. Those are all pretty intensive activities. So that would be something that we would need to find a private partner or not-for-profit partner to do for us. And that's going to be cost. But again, it's only going to give you information at a snapshot in time. So I just urge the commission to think about the index only as a data point or series of data points. And the question really is not how do we gather different data, how do we take this data and inform a plan, our strategic plan to move forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager.
I hope that made sense.
Yeah, I really haven't heard anything different, but I think we're also thinking and talking about the step after we get the data. I mean, we're not divorcing those two things, but I think we all understand that point. All right, Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm personally not sold on any of the models that were brought forward. I think it's a good starting point, but I also know that there's some additional models out there that we might want to explore. So that's why I'd like to hear a little bit more about the city of Santa Monica. And I'm wondering if this is even a decision that needs to be made today, or,
No.
I know that you're looking for some direction from the commission, but do you need that piece of direction from us in order to move forward?
Commissioner
That's my
Johnson, I'm going to
first
say no. I don't think any of us are ready. I think this was a first sort of pass at what it means and what potentially is out there. But yeah,
So then if we don't need to make that decision today, then I'm going to not make that decision today. I'm not going to provide any input on that except to say that I'd like to learn more about Santa Monica and some other models that are out there. And this is for you all to figure out, but I'd like for there to be some very clear decision points at the meeting, at the multi-governmental meeting on the 14th. So whatever we need to do to be prepared, not just to prepare this board, but to prepare the school board and the county to move us forward on this would be much appreciated. I don't want it just to be a philosophical discussion about how this could work in our community. I want us to, leave there with some very clear action, but I also want us to be informed enough to make those decisions there.
Yeah, very good. And on that note, without objection from the commission, I would like to reach out to Dr. Brody, Dr. Lane, and Eric O'Day to have just a conversation about this conversation, let them know what we've talked about, and recruit their participation in this. I don't feel like I need to do that with the chair of the School Board and County Commission because we'll be at that meeting and we'll be able to have those discussions there, but those other folks won't. So I just want to kind of get them up to speed and hopefully get them enthusiastic about being full partners in this. Commissioner Simmons, back to you.
In the Digital Access Committee, and just.
I'm going to ask that you don't. I mean, I don't care if you do. That's fine. But this is such a commission decision. I would hate for y'all to discuss something there and sort of come to a consensus, and then that not be what some other members.
Okay. Well, I was just looking at it from a staff standpoint, because city manager made the comment about staff, And I was just looking at it, maybe if we had this conversation to help staff along, then maybe we can get through it quicker and look at various options, but it was just a suggestion.
Yeah, I hear. I mean, I appreciate the offer and I understand what you're trying to accomplish there. I think what staff needs is for us to come to some sort of agreement on what approach we want to take, sort of what system we want to use. Then once they know that, then they can go find the folks to do it. And so I don't think we're going to make that decision until we have these conversations with our other partners. Hopefully it's a community-wide decision and a consensus. Then that sort of frees them up to go do that. So, there's no real, I think, motion here. The only thing, Ms. Gratz, if you can reach out to the Santa Monica folks and invite them to come share their experiences with us, ideally at that tripartite meeting. If that's not possible, then a future city commission meeting would be fine. We might even need to schedule a workshop. If we're going to bring back other potential models and look at those, and we're going to talk to Santa Monica, we might just want to spend an afternoon on this. So, but let's just gauge it. I'll work with city manager and our clerk to figure it out. I want to wait till after that three-way meeting to figure out where we go from there. All right. Okay, thank you. You did a great job, Ms. Gratz, because obviously we're excited, but we brought up more questions than answers, and that just means that we're intellectually and emotionally engaged with this. So I think that's a good start. Adam, I'll turn it over to you. There's no motion, but we'll go ahead and take public comment.
That's great. We have one commenter, Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So listen to the discussion, try to be objective in terms of what I've heard as a taxpayer. The term utopia was described by one commissioner, or at least by the commission. I think utopian precisely describes the problem with the Gainesville City Commission. You guys think that you can, with all due respect, you can bring about paradise in Gainesville if you just funnel enough taxpayer money to the consultants and implement your vision. And, it's good to benchmark, but I'm consistently amazed at what you guys benchmark on in terms of policies and locations that have become centers of lawlessness. So let's take Seattle. I used to work and live in Seattle. It used to be a great place to live. People are fleeing downtown Seattle. It's like a ghost town because it's a center of lawlessness. You didn't mention the Antifa riots. You just down in Portland the other day, Mayor Poe, you're a supporter of Antifa allegedly. They ransacked the Democratic headquarters. Look at Santa Monica. There's a lot of despair. It's a suburb of Hollywood and LA. I've been to Santa Monica. I've worked near Santa Monica. Okay, there's disparity of wealth and poverty and homelessness. So all these things that you're benchmarking on don't seem to be exactly, suitable for Gainesville. So if you want Gainesville to turn into downtown Seattle or Portland, maybe you guys can invite Antifa to take over and do direct action on City Hall because they don't like your policies. I don't know, but it pains me to see so much time being spent on equity indexes and things. It's all it's not that it's not well intended. That's not my point. My point is there are bigger, more pressing challenges that the City Commission should be focusing its attention on, and it doesn't. It gets off on all these extracurriculars, and again, we talk. You can look at data equity. That didn't come up in the discussion. It's like, where's the data coming from? You guys kind of make it up and make it what you want it to be. But, I would say in closing that, Seattle definitely has improved its wellness index with all the Antifa riots, and so has downtown Portland. So if that's what you guys want Gainesville to be, then by all means, but that's not what I want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller on this topic. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
The origin of utopia is, of course, written by Sir Thomas More. It does not describe a paradise. The citizens of utopia never regarded their city as a paradise. They just found the way that they lived was amenable to everyone. But the most important thing, to bring it back to the purpose of why I'm speaking, is that the most important thing in that whole text, and why the word utopia has become so common to everybody, is because it wasn't about anything except the values of that city. The values of the city is what matter. The value of not how you have a paradise, but how do you handle when people do wrong? How do you teach your children? What do you teach your children to value? What do you spend your money on? What do you value? What problems are you trying to solve? What do you value? And so, as we go forward in discussing all of these models and all this data, I just want us to keep centered. What are the values? What are our values? And I think as long as we drive with that, we'll be successful. If not utopia.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, utopia actually comes from Plato's Republic, where he does describe, and the Greek translation is both no place and every place. It's both unattainable and all around us always. I don't know why I brought that up, but it's okay. I think if you're in public office, it's okay to strive towards utopia, knowing that you'll probably never get there. It's a good aspirational goal. Okay, thank you all for the discussion. Just a reminder, y'all, we have a lot left. We do have a plan board meeting that starts at 6:30. That excuse me, we'll need to clear out at least 15 minutes before that, so we can get the room cleaned, and broadcast can transfer over. And so we've got another big item ahead of us here: update on the public health referral. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item was added to give you an update on the motion that was passed at a recent meeting, and we can talk to several pieces of that, and I have staff here to do that with regard to the various aspects of the motion. So I'm not sure how the commission wants to proceed, but we can answer questions that you might have, or I can just move it through the staff one by one.
Okay, well, let's start off with Commissioner Simmons, but I would like to hear from the different staff members that are working on this. Commissioner Simmons?
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest, Mayor, that we just hear from the various staff members.
All right, perfecto.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's do that, Mr. Feldman. At your discretion, we'll just start hearing updates from whoever's ready.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask Mo Deal to jump in first on the topic relating to the city's real estate assets, including the GTEC building, which could be potentially used for a public-private partnership to expand healthcare services in East Gainesville. So, Mo, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Thank you, commissioners. Yes, we have been working. The GCRA has been involved in tours and meetings regarding the potential use of GTEC and the Cornerstone property. And at this time, we have been discussing potentially retrofitting or renovating the GTEC building. Also, the idea of potentially having new building on the Cornerstone campus has also been discussed. And the GCRA is also engaged currently with an analysis of the GTEC building as the incubator program itself. The idea is that this analysis will give us sort of a measure and help us understand the success of the incubator program at GTEC. And also, since the city just recently paid off the 20-year mortgage, this analysis will sort of be an opportunity to take a look at that analysis and sort of put a bookend of that experience with the incubator program. We are also in the process of an analysis of the incubator program to see about repositioning the city's asset for future use in accordance with the GCRA consolidated plan. And so at this time, if there's any questions with regards to GTEC and what we're working on right now, I'd be happy to answer those questions.
Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add that we have had conversations, myself with members of the CRA, in discussing with the consultant about looking at this area as a particular healthcare hub or some type of healthcare place to provide healthcare services. And again, this is something that it's an ongoing discussion for this area and this location. And so I just wanted to let Mo know and just let the community know that this is something that is much needed, as I discussed earlier throughout the year. There was a study done, a survey done that the CRA did, and one of the top 3 concerns for the community was healthcare services again. And so far as the GTEC building as a potential site, or the Cornerstone area as a potential site, is an ongoing conversation. And I think the conversation has been very positive, and we're just looking at many different ways that we can address the needs of the community. So,
all right, good news. And Ms. Deal, appreciate the update. You've got one of the tighter backdrops that I've seen for Zoom calls. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Feldman.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, next, Eric Bredfeld is going to talk a little bit about some of our thoughts on potential economic development incentives for the area. And these are done also in conjunction with the GCRA, which, as you know, has a large geographic presence on the east side of Gainesville. So, Eric?
And Mr. Bredfeld, real quick before you jump in, Commissioner Simmons wanted to get in here.
Before you start, Mr. Bradford, Mr. City Manager, were you going to also address other potential city assets within those 2 area codes, in addition to the GTEC location? Or is that for another time?
So we are bringing back all of our surplus properties to the commission, I believe, at your first meeting in March. And that'll give you a chance to see other city assets that could potentially be used for that or affordable housing.
Okay, and that'll be in March.
Your first meeting in March, I believe that's March 4th.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
All right, thanks, Mr. Bredfeld.
Good afternoon, members of the commission and Mr. Mayor. I have a memo included in your backup, and so I'll just summarize the memo in response to the second part of the motion. And what I did was I just ran through what some of the incentives are. I was asked about city, county, and the opportunity zone. And really, for the city outside of the GCRA, I mean, right now in East Gainesville, we're not that robust in terms of existing incentives. We basically provide 50% reduction in development fees for development on properties located in East Gainesville. So somebody comes in and makes an application, and for whatever development fee they would normally be charged, just as a consideration of having an address in the enterprise zone, they would get a 50% reduction in their fees. And then, as you might recall, back in 2018, we set up an electric energy reimbursement program for large users of energy. And we did that really in an effort to try to deal with a particular issue for a company out there in East Gainesville, Double Envelope. So those are the 2 tools we have right now in terms of the city's incentives outside of the GCRA. I did talk to my counterparts over at the county, and right now it doesn't sound like they're currently offering any incentives to the private sector. However, they are reconsidering some of the county's GCRA equalization fund for some future incentives. And then finally, on the Federal Opportunity Zone program, I think you've heard in a couple of forums that we do have the Federal Opportunity Zone geography in East Gainesville and parts of East Gainesville. But recall that the Opportunity Zone, it's really not administered by the city or the county. It's really a federal program. One thing that we have done is we've put together a compilation of data and demographics and opportunity sites in and around the opportunity zone, and we have shared that with the local real estate community and other investors that are potentially interested in projects in the opportunity zone. And that we'll continue to offer those. And based on what happens in Washington with the new administration, we'll have to see if anything comes to bear with respect to any refinements of the opportunity zone program moving forward. In the second part of my memo, I just suggested that in the event that the City Commission wants to consider economic development and additional incentives, I just think it's important that you probably have to pursue it as some type of a program, basically, and really make a determination if you're really just focused on, this particular sector of the economy, and then, ensure that it's provided with a funding source. Possibly, one thought is that if the commission is thinking about additional incentives, you may want to tie them to the geography of the opportunity zone in order to provide a local portion of an incentive that could be, used as a gap to provide for some kind of gap in a deal. And possibly even just collapse some of the EZ programs and the EZ geography into the opportunity zone if it's going to stay in its current form. And then importantly, have to think about what kind of incentive we would want to put together. Is it going to be more of a gap type of incentive to deal with a real estate proposition, or is it going to be a gap incentive to deal with, the business operations that are either peculiar to the health services sector or more broadly? So those are just some of my thoughts and what's available currently on the Economic Development Incentive Fund.
And I'd like to just jump in here too and ask Steve Arvell to chime in. We often think of incentives either need to be land or money, but part of it is also market, and we have an opportunity to help provide the market gap that may exist for a private provider locating on the east side by using our own employee health services, or and then bring in our partners at the county and the school board, same way to help drive the marketplace to support these efforts. And Steve, I'm going to put you on the spot, but I know you had some thoughts on that.
Thanks, Lee. Yeah, I actually did. I thought that there might be a way to leverage the money we're already spending on employee physicals and primary care to be, well, not an economic incentive, but at least a monetary incentive for location of a facility in a desired area. And it's money that we're already spending, and it's in the healthcare community. It would just move it from a vendor we're using now to one that would do it as a condition of putting a facility in an underserved part of the community. So that was just something that I kind of was tossing around when I heard this come up. So that's the broad strokes.
Thank you, Steve. I wanted to interject that because we're not just looking at this from the traditional side, and we have made this to be a full staff effort to look at all pieces of the puzzle. So we can take any questions on this item.
Yeah, you do have a couple. Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bradford and Mr. Varvell. I think, and also Mr. Feldman. I think Mr. Varvell has a great idea. I love that concept. I think that's something we should look further into. Mr. Bradford, I'm looking at the, when we discussed the incentives regarding, the opportunity zone, and you stated that we should utilize the GCRA funding and not do the opportunity zone. I didn't hear your last comment. You said,
No, Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I just thought that in the event that the commission wants to pursue some type of additional incentive out there in East Gainesville, it may be the case that you want to think about tying something to the geography of the opportunity zone, because the opportunity zone geography, it overlaps the enterprise zone and also some of the GCRA area.
where are we on, I know I keep talking about the opportunity zone. Where are we on any type of incentives to draw any type of business in the opportunity zone? I know that we have a new administration at the federal level, so there's going to be some, obviously, some more conversation about the opportunity zone. How can we take advantage of that and tie some of those, maybe those incentives, healthcare incentives, into the opportunity zone? But first, we don't know how long the new administration is going to address that. So what can we do currently now, given the information that we have? Are there any samples or any examples that you know of or your staff know of that we can take a look at and see how we can tie any type of form of incentive to the opportunity zone?
Well, we can look at trying to make some of the things we do more robust. I mean, as I said, we do a very limited type, limited things in terms of doing some regulatory relief for development fees in parts of the enterprise zone, and they overlap with the federal opportunity zone. So, I mean, some of that is already being provided. But yeah, we could research some other communities and try to come up with some, a scan of what some other communities are doing in terms of setting up a local portion of an incentive that would buttress the federal portion.
I would certainly like to look at that, Mr. Brefford and my fellow commissioners. I think what we need to do is really be aggressive and creative to lure healthcare service providers in this area and take advantage of the opportunity zone. I would also like to look at how we, not just development fees, but maybe, I don't know if Ed with GRU, is he on the call? Maybe we need to add him to the mix and see how we can maybe look at some other type of incentives that we can offer for this area. Because I think we just did have this particular conversation focused on general government, and I think at some point GRU need to be brought into the mix too, and see what type of services they can provide or some type of program they can offer to include in some of these incentives. Mr. Ed, are you on the Zoom?
Mr. Blarski, you with us?
Hello?
Okay, I guess not.
See him on the Zoom.
He's not?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gailey. But yeah, I would love for Ed and GRU to be a part of the conversation, to look at ways that they can bring incentives to this area. Also, I would like for Mr. Brefford to continue to look at programs that may be offered throughout the state that have some type of incentive and programs that relates to the opportunity zone. And I'm just going to stop right now and allow you guys to.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Zuckerman.
For EHS, because I don't think I quite understood the plan.
So the thought is, any private entity that's coming in to provide services needs to make sure that their capacity is achieved. So if I'm a doctor and coming in, I want to make sure that if I have room for 25 appointments for the day, that I get 23 of those actually filled, right? Because the dollars need to drive to pay the rent and the employees and the supplies and everything there, and even to provide a profit. What we can do, since we know that there's a need on the east side of Gainesville for better healthcare, we can help drive the market by saying, if you come in here, okay, we can fill for you that capacity if you can't fill it locally. So if the market only fills 12 of those 25 spots, we can use our market power to fill the other 13 with our own needs. And that way the provider knows that they're getting the business to pay the bills.
Microphone. It's on? Okay, I just can't hear you.
Can you turn the microphone on, please?
It is, it's just not working very well.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Contracting with service providers that are either already on the east side or who want to enter the east side so that we can drive part of their business, but that's how we would be using our dollars most effectively, by making sure that they have business coming from the city.
Correct. And it would probably be geared towards new providers, since we're trying to add additional capacity.
Okay.
So as an incentive for locating there, we would be providing them business.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to very quickly repeat something I said the last time we had this conversation. So much of what is preventing more deployment in our underserved areas, it's not development costs, and it's not getting a capital gains break. It's because of their business model. They're a fee for service, profit driven model, these healthcare providers. So until we offer or participate in an alternative model where the outcomes are driven by health indexes, by you get paid, and you get paid more the healthier the folks that you serve are, and that model exists out there, just not here, then that's where we'll see massive investment in healthcare in East Gainesville. And so that's part of a larger conversation. I'm not in any way opposed to any of the suggestions that are made here today. There's no downside to them. But so when we talk about systemic problems, that's the systemic problem. And that's what's got to change. And I think there is real potential for that systemic problem to be addressed and changed in Gainesville and Alachua County. It's just not going to happen like this fiscal year. It's going to be a process. Commissioner Simmons?
Yeah, and I just want to say it's just not cool to not do anything. We have to do something. And I think what we're doing right now is we're at the beginning stages where you discuss and you talk about ways that we can do something. And I think this is a good start. It's further along than we've ever been, I think, as a city commission as it relates to healthcare services. So I'm extremely proud of staff. I'm extremely happy and excited that they took this initiative and these recommendations and tried to come up with some creative solutions. Like what Steve Barbell said is very creative, and I think that's a great idea. And those are the type of ideas that we're wanting to see. I think that's what gets the needle moving. I wish Mr. Ed was on the call because I would like to also look at how we can look at GRUCOM being a part of the conversation, how we can look at GRU being a part of the bigger or the larger conversation. It's a whole city um, deal, and so I want I'll make a motion after we discuss everything with this topic. But I think this is a great first step. City staff, for the most part, is being creative and thinking outside of the box, and this is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to share my thoughts briefly. I continue to be in support of Commissioner Simmons' ask regarding looking at our assets and evaluating what can be done there with partnerships. I just want to comment a little bit on some of the backup that was given to us. First, I wanted to thank Steve Barvell for his thoughtful memo regarding the health insurance pool. And you had a line in there which I think sort of is going to help my thinking along, which is perhaps the way it was worded of a health insurance risk pool was maybe not the most elegant way to do that. I would be interested in hearing more about the cooperative purchasing agreements that you mentioned in your memo. And I will research more deeply the Haven Health Plan, which was mentioned, and of course, as a case study that has sort of come to an end. So thank you for that. And I also wanted to thank you all for putting the CRP phase updates in there. Really happy to see that we are on phase 2. I believe that was a step that we had wanted us to take for some time now. And of course, including the phase 3 there, which was, if I recall correctly, being fine-tuned. So now I have something to look forward to even further into the future as we look to normalize that service in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Feldman, please continue.
Thank you. So the third item that we're going to talk about was the transportation idea of creating a pilot program to improve transportation access to healthcare services. And so we had assigned that to transportation mobility to look at potentially expanding through RTS on there. And Ms. McCready can talk a little bit about what we found, but there we didn't have as much success in the idea of being able to create a pilot type of program. I don't see Ms. McCready, so Mr. Gomez.
Mayor Commissioner Jesus Gomez here, RTS. Yeah, we were looking at options on that. Some of the issues is dealing basically with the FDA regulations. When you're trying to partner with TNCs like Uber and Lyft to do these type of pilots, it's not possible using federal funds. We look at other options. As you know, the Community Transportation Coordinator, in this case, NV, is in charge of providing trips to medical institutions. So one of the ideas is to expand that program and have a separate contract with them to provide those services. There's also a possibility of contract directly, but not on through Lyft and Uber to provide those type of services. But you know, the dealing with the healthcare concerns of passengers needs to be somebody that is knowledgeable in order to do that. One of the recommendations is expanding the CRP program to, since they have the expertise and trying to get a contract to provide those transportation services. The issue with being on zip codes is that, you know, all these medical institutions are in different locations. So you're gonna be out of out of these zip codes, are you trying to do like a micro transit services? Because the micro transit services basically is deal with diff, a specific area. And I know that was one of the comments on the use of microtransit, but in this case, it's not possible. I don't know. You have any other questions about that? But that's what we are now. We still trying to look for other possible options to provide to you.
Okay, there is a question. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gomez. I really appreciate it. I think you need to flesh this out a little bit more, and I can certainly understand it may be challenging, but I think we need to really look at going deeper and really trying to figure out how we can provide those type of services. You may want to consider not just transportation, but maybe looking at how we provide the bus stops areas, or look at how close the bus stops are in proximity to various locations within these particular zip codes. Just think a little more broader and focus on, not just transportation, but the mobility point of it as a whole. And so I think you guys need a little bit more time to just really focus on it and try to come back with some meat. Do some more research and bring something back later. So I'm okay with this being just a starter conversation, if you will, but I think we need to look at more deeper options and be very creative and look at some ways that we can make some movement as it relates to transportation and mobility for this particular topic. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, back to you.
So I'm going to now move on to Mr. Varvel. Commissioner Ariola referenced the memo. Steve is here to answer any questions regarding the health insurance risk pool.
So, Mr. Varvel, let's assume that people watching this meeting and the public haven't necessarily read your memo. So why don't you start with a high-level summary or overview, and then if there's any questions, we'll move on to them.
It'd be my pleasure, Mr. Mayor. My first advice to him would read the memo. It's really good stuff. I looked at a number of things in the memo. It was around the risk pool, which I appreciate that I'm not the only one that had a hard time figuring out what that was. I mean, how you define the risk, how the commission defined the risk pool. The first thing is that insurance, and this is really a problem in general, it is regulated at the state level. So it's regulated in 50 different states at the state level. So it's cumbersome. And the city itself is given the authority to provide health benefits to its employees through Florida Statute 112, specifically 11208 carries most of the authoritative language, and it allows you to provide it for your employees, appointed and elected officials, and their dependents. It was actually amended back in the early 80s or mid 80s to allow for governments to provide health benefits to retirees. Probably not known by many people sitting around here, that actually was generated by the city of Gainesville to provide benefits to their retirees. So, and it was even before my time, so it's a long time ago. So we are limited in our scope of who we could be the insurers for. So local governments are not authorized to be insurers for anything beyond those individuals mentioned. So that was one of the things I looked at. Just a second. It it was so detailed. I'm forgetting some of the things I wrote in there. I'm sorry. But there was a bigger thing on the cooperative purchasing portion of it. I don't know how many of you were around to remember the CHIPA programs that the state kind of was encouraging back in the early 90s. Those were cooperative health insurance purchasing associations that allowed small business to, you know, get together and create a bigger pool, because health insurance is rated either community rating or large group ratings, and it takes certain amount of covered members to even get to the group rating, so that your experience is pooled with that larger group. Community rated programs are typically the most expensive of those. So I don't even know if those still exist, but it was a concept tried in the early 90s to help local small businesses, non-governmental entities. Even small governmental entities have entered into cooperative purchasing arrangements, either through the League of Cities or some other type of an association, but that's the purchase of an insured product. A multi-employer risk pool is really difficult to establish for a couple reasons. One, we are allowed to self-insure the risk of our employees, just like the school board is, just like the county is. And there is some question as to whether the taxpayers of Gainesville can subsidize the liability that is generated by a local government that includes taxpayers outside the city of Gainesville. So that makes that difficult. Even where they have tried it, there's ultimately a true up over time, so that any deficit one governmental agency generates in that combined risk pool will have to be made up by that governmental agency. It's essentially a non-assignable risk pool, meaning you can't assign your liabilities to another taxing authority. And then I took a look at, and I thought the Haven Health would be a really good kind of a case study. I think Commissioner Arleo correctly did that. It did set out with really good intentions, Mr. Mayor, to kind of change the way you look at how you pay for care. And I had to tell you, I'm going to assume, I know that I am not smarter than Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos, and Jamie Dimon, and the people that work for them. And they found it to be very difficult, like you said, to get the market that provides the service to look at a different way to be paid or remunerated for those services provided. So there isn't really right now a magic bullet that makes the cost significantly less. There were a lot of things in the Affordable Care Act, quite frankly, that attempted to do that. Those quality care organizations, that was one of the intention, was to provide part of the compensation through providing quality care. I don't know how successful that has been. I haven't seen anything that says it's changed the cost curve. I think we all recognize that healthcare costs are growing at quite frankly, a pretty unsustainable growth rate. So those are the highlights of it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Varville. Mr. Manager, back to you. Oh, sorry.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Simmons. Sorry, Commissioner Simmons. No, go ahead, Commissioner Simmons. Good. Yeah, he's done. Mr. Varville is, yeah. Well, we have more people. Okay, Mr. Manager, our next person then.
Thank you. So I'm going to turn it over to Chief Rice. We have an update on the Community Resource Paramedic Program. And as Commissioner Ariola talked about, we have some backup material that shows you where we were, where we are, and where we would like to go. And we've included a price tag. for that. So, Chief?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Lee. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Joanne Rice, Interim Fire Chief with Gainesville Fire Rescue. As you see in your backup, you have 3 documents. One's a memo, and we have 2 PowerPoint slides that we're going to go over. But I just want to talk just a second about the CRP, and I think you guys are well aware of this. Our program has continued to expand and grow. Most recently, we've taken on doing COVID-19 mobile vaccinations. We've been going into people's homes that are not able to be mobile, and we've been providing vaccinations. And I think I'm going to have Ariella speak in a minute, but she's been able to do over 50, 60 vaccinations in homes over the last couple of weeks. So the program continues to expand. One of the things we've been tasked with from the city and the strategic plan is working on a community health plan. That's a big, big project. And you'll see in the memo, one of the things we are certainly advocating for, and you'll see in the phases, is a community health director. That'll be a big part of that to help us move forward and really coordinate all the work that we're doing now in the health equity and access. I think that'll really be a benefit to us. But what I would like to do is, to get into the specifics, I'm going to turn it over to Ariella Bach. She's on, and she can talk more about the expansion of the program and our phases. And I think you got into a little bit more about, analysis of services and barriers to those things. Well, that's difficult to define some of those things. She'll talk about the services that we're providing.
Great. Thanks,
Ariella?
Chief Rice. Welcome, Ms. Bach.
Thank you, Chief Rice. Thank you to the Commission, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in 2020, with the COVID-19 pandemic, the Community Resource Paramedicine Program has grown significantly, launching 3 separate programs in a 6-month span. Those programs are our telehealth, or our mobile integrated health phase, our overdose response program, and then you have our community engagement and prevention programs with the launch of our mobile COVID vaccines and our mobile flu shots, as well as our mobile COVID testing. So it was a big year for the growth of the community paramedicine program. Commissioner Ariola, at the December Commission GPC meeting, you asked about the barriers to care. And while I do think that that involves an in-depth analysis for all of our Gainesville neighbors, I can give you my experience and what our community paramedicine data shows for our percentage of the population that we're working with. So referring to the backup, you can see that almost 20% of our barriers to care, or our patients' needs, come from them experiencing falls or needing some sort of fall prevention. Now, this is directly tied to access issues and mobility impairments. Secondly, and you can see that through the 15.5% of a barrier in transportation and access. These are patients that we service who are having difficulty accessing their primary care physician's office and other social-based service like access to food. So that is why we implemented this year, in partnership with the Working Food Program, a meal delivery program, as well as, like I said, all of those mobility impaired targeted programs like the telehealth to bring services to the patient. So we're reshaping the problem of access and bringing services to our neighbors. You can also see that medication compliance is a huge barrier to care. This is coming from national numbers as well as representative of the national healthcare crises, and a 17.5% barrier in access to primary care. So it is a standard practice of our community paramedicine program, and has been, since the early days of adoption, where we are contacting the patient's primary care physician, and if they do not have one, we set them up with one, in the first 1 or 2 visits of interacting with that patient. So that is to speak to some of the barriers to care. And you can see there are others listed, being mental health at 10%, food at 13%. And moving on. So now I can go into the discussion of where the CRP program is going, the vision for the program. Like Chief Rice alluded to, the workload and what the community paramedicine program has taken on in the past year has been something that even I couldn't picture in such a short period of time. And us tackling these social issues and healthcare related issues that we hadn't even seen affecting our population as closely as a year ago. The COVID-19 pandemic emphasized all of these, really increased the lens of the need. So you can see we're at phase 2, where we have 2 full-time resource technicians, thanks to the commission. We have a CRP program coordinator, and we do have 2 part-time CRP technicians. It was with this level of a program we were able to take our overdose response, our recovery program, out of a pilot phase. We did launch the telehealth in partnership with the Eastside Clinic off of Waldo Road, and we are expanding that telehealth program. We've reached over 3,000 community members through our mobile initiatives, and we're looking to expand. So in phase 3, you can see the highlighted need for a community health director, and all of these needs are ranked in order of priority. So with the expanded workload, myself as the program coordinator of the community paramedicine program, I can tell you I spend about 5 to 10% of my time working on those individualized care plans, managing the team of the resource technicians and our 15 undergraduate student volunteers, as well as our pharmacy student interns who are on rotations with the community paramedicine program. And the rest of my time is spent in the office and late hours at home, coordinating our community engagement efforts. And really, it's turned into a community health program where we're going way beyond the individualized care basis and expanding services to the entire community. It is because of this nature that we also are requiring a software management system. And in order to scale our addiction program and our telehealth program, it will be required to have a nurse practitioner on board to be able to do some things like be able to prescribe medications on the spot while we're already in the patient's homes. In expanding scope, we'll of course need some more staff members, and that was reflected in the phases as well, in the full-time CRP resource technicians, as well as full-time dedicated paramedics. I also included part-time addiction specialists to really expand the wraparound services of our recovery program to not only include the educational components, the distribution of Narcan, and of course, resource navigation, but also to have that peer support with a peer specialist. That being said, some other things just naturally, as the program expands, we'll need some more units, probably another facility, some operating funds, an additional coordinator, and I did include a pharmacist as we do a lot of medication reconciliation.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. No, Mr. Feldman or Chief Rice?
Chief, do you have anything you want to add?
No, as you can see, it's quite robust. It's a big program. It's a big step. We certainly can take those steps in smaller bites, but it's a fantastic program that I think will highly benefit the community as it's continued to grow. Everything that we've done has been, I want to say, gold, really. What Ariel has done with the program is it's continued to excel and grow and help the people in the community. So I ask you if you've got any questions for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Rice and Ms. Bach, for being there from the start and getting it to where it is today. Commissioner Sacco?
Program is one of my favorite programs across the whole city. I consider it one of our jewels. That said, I do have one question and one concern. Ms. Bach, since you're the more day-to-day operations of the program, what have you done with the program in terms of language access, and have you met that any of our neighbors require that extra assistance in order to access healthcare?
That's a wonderful question, and I'm really glad that you asked that. This is definitely an area where we can grow in opportunity. We have had some partnerships with some community-based services, especially we saw when we were doing the mobile flu vaccines, the need grew extensively. Honestly, before then, in our individualized care programs, we had a couple patients here and there who were solely Spanish speakers, and we were able to meet the need in-house between accessing our paramedics and honestly our student volunteers who were fluent in some languages. And, in the future, I hope to be able to bridge that gap formally. What the community paramedicine program does and what we are made to do is be the connectors. So a lot of times when we do encounter a patient who has some language barriers, we're able to connect them to a service who can provide those translation services or whatever is needed.
Okay, that's good to hear, because that can usually be a barrier as well to even understand what's going on with our paramedics, I assume. You know, how do you explain what you're feeling, what your medical issue might be if you don't have language access? So I'm glad that we're working on that and that it's recognized as a significant barrier to some of our neighbors. My concern comes in, it looks like the phases look like we learned how to crawl and we learned how to stand and then we ran the Boston Marathon. I think, as Chief Rice noted, that it might be necessary to take this phase 3 in smaller chunks just because a $2.2 million price tag, as much as I love this program, seems a bit of a jump to go from one moment to another. And I wonder, is this the aspiration of where the program would be, or is it just next step? Because I see some of these items like 6 mobile units, and I wonder why not 3? Why can we not do, you know, take it in steps rather than all in one go?
So, Commissioner, I'll jump in and answer that. We certainly can, and I've been working on a more moderate request. However, my instruction to the chief and the team was I want to go big and go fast on this because of the value of the program. So I wanted to see what it was going to take. I'm not sure we can do. I'm not sure we're ready to run the marathon yet, but I wanted to know what the marathon was going to take on there. And so as we formulate the budget request and we look at what resources we have going into fiscal year 22, this request may stay as it is or it may get refined.
Okay. So I definitely love this as an aspiration. I don't know if I'm comfortable being there for our next budget session just yet. But I do think that the growth of the program is just a natural next step for us. It is providing services. It's filling in a gap that we have in our community, and it's providing life-saving services and connections. So thank you for all the updates on it and for the work you've done on the program. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I think this is great, and Ariella, I think you're a rock star. You've been with the program from the very beginning, and it's really grown. The passion that you have and the determination that you have shows based on just the numbers and just what I'm looking at here. I have a question on one of the slides, by the number slide, at the referral stage. It says East Side. Is that referrals from the East Side Clinic or?
Yes, Commissioner Simmons, those are referrals from the East Side Clinic.
Okay, and it's almost 15%. Tell me that
That's
process.
correct.
So how does that work? Someone call you guys and refer one of their patients to you, or?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, it's as simple as a phone call. So all of those primary care clinics that we partner with have referral systems embedded in their day-to-day paperwork that they use. So the nurse practitioner knows that when they identify a patient, or all the physicians know when they identify a patient who would be a good contender for the CRP program, they fill out a referral form. And they give us a call. They'll give us some background on the phone, and then we'll go out and pick up a physical copy of that referral.
Okay, and the majority of the calls are from firefighters. I guess for them receiving the calls and they're going to the homes and they reach out to you and let you know what the situation looks like.
Yes, ma'am. They have an embedded button in our reporting system where they click a button and I get a referral generated instantaneously to my email.
Awesome. Yeah, I love this program. I think it fits the need. It get into the gaps of where we lack those type of opportunities. But I'm also like Commissioner Seiko. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, we've been in a meeting for a while, Commissioner. Nobody's blaming you.
Been here for a long. Okay, so yeah, I just agree with my fellow commissioners. We need to take a bite out of the apple. I understand the wanting to look at the overall cost and what that looks like. I totally get it. So I'm certainly in agreement with her. If we can take a look at the need and work slowly towards that and keeping up with the success of the program and the people that need it the most. But overall, this is great. I love the CRP program, and it's going to continue to grow. And I have no issues with it whatsoever. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion that we instruct staff, economic development staff, to look at different programs that have an opportunity zone element in them to coincide with some healthcare type incentives, to also ask GRU, Mr. Ed and his staff at GRUCOM to look at different incentive packages that we can put forth in the opportunity zone as well. And also to pursue Steve Varvel's the idea that he had with the money, the healthcare options going to East Gainesville. The first comment that he made, I don't know if he had a title to that particular program. I don't know what to label it, but to just look at that in more detail.
Okay, motion and a second. Appreciate that, Commissioner Simmons.
Oh, wait a minute.
Go ahead.
I'm not finished. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And also to have the mobility folks to continue on.
Continue looking at transportation
yeah.
solutions?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, and Commissioner Hayes Santos was the seconder of the motion. Real quickly on CRP, while that price tag might look large, the savings and avoided costs from that program far outweigh the upfront cost. And so I think one of the opportunities is continuing to work to find funding partners for that, for the institutions and people who are actually saving money and increasing their bottom line by these people not using their services on such a regular basis. So there are opportunities there. When Commissioner Simmons referred to, we need to do something now, doing nothing's not an option, this is something that we can scale up and exponentially increase benefit to our neighbors in a short period of time. So I'm not saying I'm ready to go all in. I don't think we could scale that up in 1 year. I just don't think it would be possible, but I think that we should move in that direction as quickly as possible because it's proven and there's a huge pent-up demand for their services right now. Commissioner Johnson, I just saw your hand. I hope you haven't been waving it at me for too long.
I haven't been, thanks. Can you just split that motion out? I think that is it the first two parts of that motion that had to do with the opportunity zones?
Commissioner Simmons, can you just go through, I think it's 3 points, right? So go through the motion again.
The first one was to have our economic development team look at different ways that they can have incentivized opportunity zone with using that as a healthcare.
Right, okay, and the second part?
And the second part was, say that again? Yeah. Second part,
GRU.
yeah, was GRUCOM and.
Not just GRUCOM, GRU, right?
GRU and GRUCOM.
Okay. Third was mobility?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Steve Varvel's program.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Fourth was mobility?
Mm-hmm. And that was it.
Okay. And so Commissioner Johnson, you want us to split the opportunity zone part off?
Correct.
Okay, will do. Adam, over to you for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, we have at least 2 speakers. The first of which is Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So first and foremost, I want to thank Risk Management and the City Auditor for their presentations. I think that they were well researched, particularly with Mr. Varvel, on the ability of the city to expand insurance coverage outside the norm. I think that those are 2 tremendous assets the city has, both Risk Management and the City Auditor. But I hope the city commission would utilize those in the charter officers as an independent review of GRU's AMI. I think you'll get good objective advice. I think vetting is good. With respect to the other discussion on the firefighters and the intervention, again, I'm in support of that. I want to commend Commissioner Sarko and Commissioner Simmons for their fiscal discipline and restraint. The city continues to spend more and more money. It's not that it's well intended, but I think we need to keep a running scorecard, because I think you guys are going to be in a rude awakening when budget time comes, because I don't think you realize how much you're spending at each meeting with new initiatives, consultants, whatever. So I think a incremental approach may be appropriate. I'd like to know what the commission is doing and staff is doing in terms of approaching U.S. Health and North Florida Regional Medical Center for seeking, contributions to this program, which helps them, their bottom line, as Mayor Poe suggested, as opposed to continuing to burden the taxpayers. Again, I am concerned with the continued expansion of the fire department in terms of, one could argue this isn't the core function of the fire department. It's being expanded beyond that. We're talking about community health directors, additional computer systems. Look at who benefits from the community as a whole, but certainly the healthcare providers are avoiding costs, and I think that they ought to be willing to acknowledge that and contribute, rather than you guys continuing to burden taxpayers with ongoing expansion of government, which is actually growing faster than the federal deficit. You guys are. I don't think you're in touch with what you're asking staff in the city to do and what you're spending and expanding on every single meeting, and that's a concern, commissioners. You all need to know that this is recurring costs. This isn't just one-time costs and you're done. This continues to add layers of government, and the taxpayers have to pay for that. So that's basically my concerns as respect to GRU. I'm concerned with that. Certainly, I'm willing to have GRU take a look at it, but I am concerned about discriminatory rate making. We've got a lot of that, and we don't need any more cross subsidies, because our electric rates from GRU are already excessively high, and the commission showed no willingness to cut a general fund transfer, which would help lower our electric rates. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All righty. We have another commenter on the line, Mr. Armando Gomez. Mr. Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, my question I wanted to direct to Commissioner Simmons, and my question to my district commissioner for District 1 is there any way that the city could partner, or with the county partner more so with the health department, or have more community partners? Because we're not seeing a great return, or when it comes to vaccines delivered, especially within our community and communities of color. And some of the talking points and data and metadata that has been delivered from the health department is daunting and disconcerting. And then some of the stuff that Mr. Myers delivered to the county last week or the week before last was concerning. And so I'm wondering if the city's considered maybe opening up Citizens Field to have any delivery, or have we looked at partnering? Commissioner Simmons, if you could enlighten us, or have you explored any of that, that'd be great to hear, because a lot of us and in our community are.
Mr. Gomez, are you still there?
And
Mr.
a lot
Gomez,
of,
you broke up a little bit.
Fables and tales that are there.
Mr. Gomez, you broke up a little bit.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Now we can, but could you give us the last 15 or 30 seconds?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Did you not hear what I said?
We missed the last couple of seconds.
I was saying that a lot of the stuff that is being told within the Black community is a lot of myth and tale, and we just need to get the facts out there about the vaccine and how important it is, especially for the Black community, to get the vaccine, and how we could have partnerships. And hopefully the city could be a better partner. So I would like to hear from Commissioner Simmons on that.
All righty. Let's, thank you, sir. Let us take the last comment here, and then maybe we can go back to the mayor and potentially Commissioner Simmons. The caller ending in 1940. You have about 3 minutes. Can you introduce yourself? Caller with the number ending in 1940. Yes, you're here.
Hello?
Yep, you're on the line.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Amanda. This is my first meeting. I was just listening to the needs of the community. Hold on, let me go ahead and mute this. I'm sorry, so that you can't hear the other page. But anyways, and I think that it's a wonderful program. I didn't even know it existed, and I think that it's meeting a lot of the needs in the community, and I don't want to underestimate it. I think that it was a great idea to kind of partner with some of the other healthcare agencies. As a healthcare professional, I can definitely see the need, and that also it would be supported. I think that it would be interesting to see if maybe the contributions could be matched by the city. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Amanda. Mr. Mayor, that is our last caller. The floor is now yours.
Okay, thank you. Back to Commissioner Johnson. You're muted.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to just get clear about the motion again. Is the motion related to Opportunity Zone and specifically around healthcare?
Yes, for Eric Redfelt to continue looking for opportunities to incentivize healthcare investment in our opportunity zones.
Healthcare investment. Okay. And there's no need to split it off then.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Let me address the caller, Mr. Grundy. We have opened up the Martin Luther King Center to give out vaccines to the public, but it's by appointment only. We have utilized that field now. I think this is going on the third week. So we do have a site in East Gainesville currently that we are doing the vaccines at the Martin Luther King Center, but you have to have an appointment to go to that location. Also, right now as we speak, there is a forum being held to discuss the COVID-19 vaccines in our communities. It's from 5 to 6, and it's being held by the University of Florida Health Street. It's hosting 2 virtual Our Community, Our Health interactive town halls. And the one that's taking place right now is, if you can get on that, I encourage you to take a look at that. They're going to be discussing the myths that are in our community, particularly within the minority community, what you need to know, what you need to know. Also, February 7th, they're going to have an additional town hall meeting discussing the vaccine and new treatments. So I encourage you, if you cannot hear that or be a part of that conversation today, which is taking place right now, Friday, February 5th from 12 to 1 via live stream. And it's the community forum to discuss COVID-19 vaccines and new treatments. And so I encourage you to tune in. And also, if you need more information about communication and getting the conversation, having that conversation about vaccines, you can always get in contact with me here at City Hall. Give me a call, and I can certainly address your needs and your concerns. But I totally agree with the caller. We need to get out into the communities more. We need to spread the information about COVID-19, the vaccines, the myths, the do's and the don'ts. And I just want to also let the caller know that that's something I am working on, being proactive in the community and getting that positive and correct information out. So I just wanted you to know that. But in the meantime, we are having those town hall conversations today, right now, from 5 to 6, and also next Friday from 12 to 1. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward is absent, Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, do we have the chairs of the advisory boards to present their report?
I do see the chair of the CBB here. Yes, all of them are here.
Okay, let's do that next because we don't want them to resign. So let's take the advisory board reports next, and then we'll come back to the gender neutral item last.
Okay, we can start with the City Beautification Board, and I believe that's Chair Mary Lou Hildreth.
Okay,
Hang on, I'm working on it. You're a memento. Oh, do I not do the video or?
Yes, let me hit the request so it'll pop up on your screen.
Thank you, Ami.
You're welcome.
Start my video. Oh, okay, good. Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. Is Lily on? Because she has the actual PowerPoint that she was gonna put on there, or no?
Hey, Mary Lou, I'm here.
Can you put the? Can we dual?
Yeah, I'll let me start presentation mode really quick, and I'll share the screen.
Ah, okay.
All right, can you all see that screen?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Uh-oh. Wait, hang on. I have no light. Hang on. Oh, there I am. Okay, so on behalf, I'm actually no longer the chair. April's the chair, but she couldn't make it, so I guess I'm chair pro tem. Been on the City Beautification Board for one term. This is my second term. And thank you, Lily, for the beautiful presentation. So you can go to the next screen. Our overview and summary is we've had 15 meetings, one virtual workshop, and the CBB works under the Department of Sustainable Development, which used to be called the Department of Doing. I'm glad we changed the name of that. Next, Lily. Our 2019-20 highlights were Arbor Day. January 19th, we did it at the Cotton Club and Museum and Cultural Center. And then this past year, right before COVID, we had a great thing at Depot Park. And as you can see by the pictures, you see Manager Feldman there throwing some dirt in. And at the Cotton Club, Commissioner Hay Santos, I don't think you had enough dirt on your shovel, but I'm not going to criticize. And then the past year, which is great, we had the first ever tree giveaway of 3-gallon live oaks and redbuds with tree care posters that were provided, and it was like hugely popular and at relatively little cost. And we'd like to continue that. We're, again, with COVID being involved, I know Alachua County did an Arbor Day back in, I'm sorry, my Roomba just died. Back in this year, they did it where the people came in with their cars or their trucks or whatever, and they just put the trees in the back of their cars. So we are looking at for Arbor Day to the next one, maybe hopefully fall, doing something similar, but it just depends, as we all know, on COVID. Next screen, Lily. Then we had the Urban Forestry Workshop. That was in December at Ironwood Golf Course. Commissioner Johnson, I happened to catch her there having lunch, and she came in and spoke to us. Oh, look, there's me and April. And Chelsea's planting the tree. And it's just such a fabulous thing. It's really educational. It really teaches, you know, just not arborists or tree people. A lot of master gardeners come. Just, you know, everything about our urban forest and about tree planting and our urban community. And then we partnered with the Tree Advisory Board with this, and they had CEUs that were offered for arborists, landscape architects, and FNGLA. And then this year, the Tree Advisory Board is doing a webinar series. Next one, Lily. And then we have Commissioner Ariola. And this is like our highlight is our City Beautification Awards, and we have them at the Thomas Center every year, and it's really fabulous because we award things to both, you know, small businesses like Mr. Weems Barbershop and Halo Donuts to the softball center that was built for the University of Florida, to the Cade Museum, to and everything in between. And it's just these people, you would think like, oh, it's just an award, but you don't really realize how appreciative they are, how proud they are. You know, they've, you know, and we really make sure that we don't just, you know, give it to every development that comes into town. And we try to spread it out citywide. We really try to focus on the east side as well, you know, and get everybody involved. So in 2020, I mean, in 2020, we had 24 awards in 12 categories. And we unfortunately were not able to have the awards ceremony, and hopefully we will have one later this year, hopefully. And at that point, we will invite the former award winners to be honored because, you know, Lily and I driving around in our cars, dropping them off at businesses was a little, let's say, lackluster. Next, Lee. So our project and goals are to resume Arbor Day and Urban Forestry Workshop and do, you know, the joint beautification award ceremony. And, you know, what special projects can we do? We're trying to think out of the box because of COVID. What else can we do? You know, way back in the day, prior to my time on the board, we did some studies about median beautification and those types of things. Because frankly, when I got on the board, I was like, is this just an awards thing, or what else can we do? Can we help identify? Can we work with other you know, GRCA to see if we can help identify or be supplemental to their goals and their missions. And oh, we can go to the next one, Lily. I got ahead of myself, sorry. So again, assist the CBB in identifying partnerships with other boards in an advisory role and identify special projects. And then I made a note because as I was watching this meeting today, again, I'm all about seeing what other communities do. So I'm going to take it upon myself to look at what other community CBBs are doing and maybe get some ideas from that, because I don't believe in reinventing the wheel. So to conclude, I want to emphasize that all of us that serve on these boards are volunteers. We're not paid, and we devote many hours to the betterment of our community because it's our passion, and different boards have varying responsibilities. As the former chair of the CRC and new member of the AHAC, you know, I can see how the CBB seems maybe not, you know, as I don't want to say the word important, but I think we address the educational, environmental, and recognition of those, you know, flip the page, of those that contribute. And again, these business owners, especially the small individual owners, they're just like practically in tears. They're just so excited, and you know, they spend what was it, Camp Run a month, Lily? I mean, they spend a lot of their money and time to put these businesses in our community. Their murals. I mean, last year it was Jaws Secker, Jesus Martinez from what is it, Lily? Family.
Visionary Fam.
Visionary Fam. Thank you. And I mean, he just does so much great stuff in our community, and so it's just really nice to reward these people that make their sacrifices because they live here and they want our community to prosper and to look better and make it inviting and make people want to come to these businesses. And finally, I want to point out that there's an intrinsic value in the friendships that I've made as a member of this board. I've met some wonderful, like-minded people who are now my best friends, particularly Lily and April, two of the smartest, funniest, and professional women I know. And for that, I'm selfishly grateful. But I think that, you know, as the people that are volunteers know, you know, it's a lot of hard work, and it can be discouraging, and it's very challenging in these times. But to have that added benefit has been great for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the update. Thank you for the service that you and all your board members give to our community. It is greatly appreciated. Madam Clerk?
Our next board is the Gainesville Cultural Affairs Board. Marcy Stefan.
Hi, I'm here. Hello, everybody. I can't seem to start my video.
I think the clerk will be able to enable that in just a minute.
Now I do. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody.
Good evening.
So I'm guessing we're gonna have the presentation also shared in a few. Or no?
We'll pull it up if your staff liaison isn't here. So we'll just go ahead and get it up. Just give us just a minute.
Thank you so much. I can start with my introduction. Beautiful. There I am. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcy Stefan, and I am the new chair of the Cultural Affairs Board. I want to take this opportunity to thank the City Commission for their additional support for the local arts agencies this past year. This was greatly appreciated. I'm going to start our presentation with a quick overview and summary of what we do and our mission. We, the board, serve as the advisory board to the city on cultural priorities and support the implementation of its initiatives. I'm currently on my 4th year, and I have found being part of the board one of the most rewarding things, being part of the culture in Gainesville, which is very abundant. We have about 10 meetings scheduled each year. Sadly, due to COVID, this past year, we were only able to meet 5 times, and these were held with the addition of the outside agency grant review and award meeting. The Gainesville Cultural Affairs Board works with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department. The Gainesville Cultural Affairs Board, we are proud to be a very diverse body of neighbors, and we are committed to realizing the goals of the Cultural Affairs Division, PRCA, and the city. Some of our 2019-20 highlights in the next slide you're going to see was the Fund Gainesville 150, where we were able to serve as an advisory board to the Gainesville 150 anniversary commemoration. We supported the planning of a number of Gainesville 150 events, including Summer in the City, Possum Creek Skate Jam, and the UF Southeast Africa Language and Literature Conference. Other highlights included on the next slide, you're going to see the annual Arts Awards, where we recruited, reviewed, and presented annual recognition of outstanding neighbors and businesses who significantly contribute to the arts and cultures of the community through the annual Arts Awards program in 2019. I am also very proud to say that we created a new Arts Awards category for this year, 2020, the Emerging Arts Awards. On the next slide, you're going to see some of the arts projects for the PRCA, where we have provided review, advisory guidance, whenever possible attended, art-related projects, including the Wild Spaces and Public Spaces initiatives, park signage and park design policies, the 352 Walls Community Artist Program panels, and the ongoing and new division programs and activities. On the next slide, we're going to be detailing 3 of our most important activities that we have been working on that are part of our 2021 project goals. We are evaluating outside agency grant applications and recommend funding to the City Commission through the grant process and providing liaison support and mentoring to funded cultural agencies for 2021 and 2022. We're recruiting reviewing and presenting annual recognition of outstanding citizens and businesses who significantly contribute to the arts and culture of the community through the annual Arts Awards program for year 2020. We're also supporting the initiatives evolving from the PRCA Master Plan and Wild Spaces and Public Places priorities, including the development of new improved cultural facilities. On the next slide, you're going to see one of our proposed upcoming projects, which we are very proud of and excited for. We're going to be facilitating the community training on equity and inclusion in the arts and how we can use the arts as a vehicle for civic engagement. We'll also be streamlining and providing greater access to the outside agency grant application process. How can the Commission help your board serve our neighbors? Identify how arts and cultures can help the city achieve its strategic planning goals, support greater funding for community arts programming, and utilize the Cultural Affairs Board more as a resource. I also want to take a minute to highlight the creative response from the division to the pandemic, such as streaming the Free Friday concerts, which have garnered over 200,000 views from the concerts. Other initiatives which we're very excited about are the 12 social justice murals, which are part of the Gainesville 352 Walls Community Artist Program, advocating through art the need for social justice. It aims to reflect the energy of the social justice movement and the city's commitment towards progress and justice for all. Through the murals, the 12 artists express change, hope, equality, human rights, and the ideals of social justice. Also, another way that we have the division has gotten very creative is the Gainesville favorite Hawktown Medieval Fair goes virtual. The event will be streamed online and it will be free to the public starting this weekend. I want to thank the City Commission for their time and support. And I look forward to continue working with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department through my role on the Cultural Affairs Board. I am here to serve. I want to thank you for your time and wish you all a great evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for your service.
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk, our next board, please.
Our next board is the CACCD with, there's a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Johnson. I didn't see you there.
That's okay. Thanks, Mayor. And I want to thank you, Miss, I'll just say Marcy. Hey, Marcy. I want to thank you for the work that you're doing. I really appreciate that you're building in social justice, and I love that you are looking at diversity and our arts programs. I want to ask the city manager how, or even you, Marcy, how, especially with our Free Fridays events, how much input do you have into the programming that we choose for Free Fridays?
We don't have that much. We are able to bring artists that we can, how do I say it? Pitch artists. I'm coming from the public relations world, so I use the word pitch.
Yeah.
I am very excited. I want to say about the Black History Month Free Friday concerts are coming up. I'm hoping that we can do it also, for example, Hispanic Heritage Month. I love a lot the artists that come. I think they're very diverse, but I always come from a place where I think we could have more inclusivity and more diversity. So that's one of the things that we're looking forward to this year and that I would love to help with personally.
That's fantastic. That's really good to hear. And you know as much as I do that we shouldn't be relegating Hispanic and Black artists to certain months of the year, right? Like it needs to be diverse throughout the year. And that has been something that I have kind of consistently asked for, especially with our Free Fridays events. And it feels like right now is an exceptional opportunity because what I've heard in the past is that the reason why we've had, a particular set of people that are what's the right word to use?
That are able to come, basically more the budget and stuff like that. No.
Say that again.
I think that are able to come or able or available?
Not even, no. I would just say that there's not enough. I'll just be very plain about it. I'm not going to mince my words. There's just not enough diversity in especially with our Free Fridays programs. And I've heard that it's because we needed to fill the space there, and the types of people that were filling the space at Bo Diddley Plaza those were the people that we were catering to. And right now, because there is no space to fill, and the only space we have to fill is online, I feel like that now is an incredible opportunity to start to think about how to expand the diversity and types of programming that we have for our Free Fridays, and actually for all of our events. I'd like to really take this as an opportunity, COVID-19, to reset our thinking about the types of programming that we have and who we're reaching out to and how we're involving, all sectors of the community in our programming and in our outreach and in all of the arts. So I hope you hear me, Commission. I hope you hear me, City Manager. I'm really hoping that you will utilize the board and their expertise in the community to be able to take the recommendations, because if we don't have it within the department right now, there are other people in the community that do. And I think this is the exact way to do that through this board. So that is what I have to say. Please use the recommendations and include this board in some of the programming that we have moving forward, because there is no more excuses that we have space to fill.
I'm loving everything that you're saying. It is one of our goals. I will say this, we are partnering with Music Gainesville for emerging artists, but we need to bring more. That is one of my personal goals, especially as chair, and because of that network of people that I know and artists, which I'm blessed to work with every day. The pandemic has brought in a lot of challenges, but it has also helped us break the barrier. So the amazing opportunity that we have to showcase artists from all over the world that because of finances or maybe because of geographics or whatever reason, there's no more barrier. And this is an exciting opportunity to bring more diversity through music to Gainesville. So you're preaching to the choir. I'm super happy that you brought it up and said it. I'm super excited about what this year brings, and I want it throughout the year. That's the vision that we're having, not just certain months. So thank you, Commissioner.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. I have to transition from being mayor to being a father, and so I must leave you all right now. We're going to leave Mayor Pro Tem Ariola in charge of the meeting. I just want to say that I absolutely support making our entire city organization, set of ordinances and everything else, gender neutral. So if that comes up, I absolutely am in support of that. Madam Clerk, our next board, please.
Our next board for this evening is the CACCD with Mr. Patel, the chair.
Can I please? Okay, there you go.
I'll send you a request to start your video.
There you go. Okay, thank you. Hi, good evening, everybody, respected commissioners and all citizens. So, as the chair of Citizen Advisory Committee for Community Development, which provides a forum for public participation on City's annual Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnerships Program, funding within the established guidelines by HUD. In carrying out its duty, the committee may hold monthly meetings, public hearings, review project updates, and the committee consists of 15 members with 3-year terms. And I think some student adjunct members are also listed on it. In order to remain in compliance with the federal regulation regarding citizen participation, the city has implemented an advisory board to represent the community and to assist with the application review process. The CACCD receives all applications Then we conduct on-site visits to agencies. Those are requesting the fundings. We hear their funding presentations. And then we have a rigorous discussion among the board members, and we make recommendations to the city commission and city manager relating to the CDBG and home programs, which will lend support to and seek support from public services, housing, and public facilities improvement programs that serve the low and moderate income residents of the city of Gainesville. Usually our meetings are on the third Tuesday of every month. And with the present thing, as a result of the federal, state, and local mandate restrictions resulting from the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, it has been necessary to temporarily suspend all financial year 2021 funding activities of the Community Development Block Grant Program and the Home Investment Partnership Program. Additionally, HUD has extended the deadline to submit the program year for 2020-21 annual action plan, which upon approval allows HUD to officially allocate monies to entitlement jurisdictions. So we are right now like kind of slowed down. Over the last 9 months, city leadership and Housing and Community Development Division staff have focused their efforts on utilizing CARES Act allocations to assist low, moderate income persons, families, and businesses to reduce and relieve the financial impacts resulting from COVID-19 crisis. HUD initially allocated to city a first tranche of $800,000, which was used for Gainesville Cares initiative, which comprises of Gainesville Cares About Neighbors and Gainesville Cares About Businesses to provide mortgage, rent, and utility assistance. The second tranche allocation of $550,000 plus was received from the state of Florida via Federal CARES Act funding and is being used to provide residential rent, mortgage, and utility payments in an effort to assist extremely low, very low, and low-income neighbors. Use of the third tranche allocation of around $1 million plus is yet to be determined. As a result of the temporary suspension of the application process for fiscal year 2021, CDBG and home activities delayed allocations and the extended deadline to submit program year for 20 annual action plan, CACCD meetings have not been required. We kind of do every quarter now. Until such time as normal operations resume, the Housing and Community Development Division proposed that CACCD convene quarterly third Tuesday CACCD meetings in January, April, July, and September to maintain the board continuity. These meetings will begin at 6 p.m. Our HCD staff will follow the city's revised advisory board meeting requirements to conduct in-person public meetings during the pandemic. To the greatest extent possible, SCD staff will attend these meetings virtually to support the committee. Quarterly meetings will be held in the City Hall, which recently we had one, auditorium utilizing all required protocols for public participation and safety. This quarterly schedule will also support city efforts to accommodate the calendars of many committees, since all official gatherings are to be held in this one location. If the pandemic crisis normalizes during this time frame, meeting requirements will be reviewed and reevaluated for any schedule adjustment. As information, HCD staff is in planning and execution stages of compiling the program year 20 annual action plan to allow for HUD review. Additionally, discussions will soon begin to map out the best practices to review previously submitted applications and recommend financial year 2021 CDBG and home funding. Although delayed, these activities will be expedited as quickly as possible to assist outside agencies as they continue their valuable public services work, which support our Gainesville community. As an advisory board, we strive to better assist our Gainesville community by addressing and supporting the needs of our underserved and deprived neighbors. And as a board, we have one small suggestion for our commission, that majority of the board members suggest that funding recommendations made to commission be reviewed for ratification only, as many hours are invested in determining final allocations. We would request advisement of any proposed changes desired by the Commission prior to the public presentation. This would facilitate timely additional committee review and update to avert last-minute changes. So it does not happen in all the Commission meetings, but sometimes, the final calls for allocations are changed in the last Commission meeting, and that sometimes kind of the board members are not happy about it because they put in so much of analysis and like so much of time behind or thought process behind those recommendations. So we don't mind, but we would love to have it prior to the final meeting if something needs to be changed or looked again at, so we can go back, talk, discuss, and analyze and do all the necessary changes that Commission would like to do. So this is one of the big things that board has felt since I have been on the board for last 3 years, which is a strong feeling which we would like Commission to consider. Thank you.
Thank you for that detailed report. We very much appreciate it.
If anybody, sorry.
No, please. Yeah, if you're open to take any questions. I don't see anything right now from the Commission, but I very much appreciate you taking the time to present that to us. If you have any other comments, now would be the time. Okay, very well. Well, we shall take these reports into consideration. I appreciate the asks that were made of the Commission. And really, I'd like for this to be sort of a continuing thing. There's a lot of benefit that our community gets from the work that these boards put in, and I think that the Commission could benefit from receiving these reports every year. And thank you so much for your willingness to serve on these boards. A lot of work gets put into it, and certainly our staff values your commitment as well as the Commission. So if I don't see any other comments, we will go ahead and give leave to our wonderful chairs. Thank you so much. And I encourage you commissioners to reach out to them if you have any other thoughts that might come to you after this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, we will now move on to our last item of the agenda. Madam Clerk, if you would please read that into the record.
Sure. This is item 895, making the Code of Ordinances gender neutral.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And my understanding is that Commissioner Hayes Santos, this was an item that you had brought up to the committee. If you'd like to begin with some comments, and then we can ask for any staff input per your direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So this was brought to me by some neighbors early last year about their concerns about the gender discrimination that's in our city code. I believe our laws in our city should not discriminate based on gender, and our laws currently do discriminate based on what gender you are. We should change our codes to not allow any gender to, we should change our codes to allow any gender to do what are currently allowed by men. Men have the most rights in our community, and we should, every gender should have the same rights that men currently do in our city. We should also remove any portions of our codes that specify specific gender and replace those with gender-neutral terms. There are many people in our community who are not reflected in our city code, neighbors who are non-binary or gender fluid, and that should change. We are an inclusive city, and we should reflect our whole community. So I believe that that's the direction we should go. We should have our city attorney move forward with drafting ordinance to make those changes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Do we have any further comments from the City Commission?
Are we going to hear the presentation or from the backup? What are we doing here?
Yeah, the backup that's in the is here. Let me pull it up. If someone whoever's got the screen can put the backup on the broadcast, that would be appreciated. And I'll recognize you for a motion.
Is there going to be a presentation, or what are we doing?
Yeah, I don't believe there's a presentation. the Office of Research created one, but it's based on the research report that's in there in the backup.
Okay.
Yeah. So in the backup, there's a research report that Sophia and the commissioner worked on, and so that's really kind of where a lot of the backup that he mentioned with degendering and particularly the sort of priority that the male gender receives in a lot of ordinances. If you have any questions for staff, we can direct it to them. But I see a light for Commissioner Simmons, so I'd like for the commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would like to at least get a presentation by staff. I know this was done in April 8th, 2020, almost a year. I would love to just hear from staff and just give a presentation. And I think that would be good for just the community, just so everyone can be a part of the conversation.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Santos, you looked as though you wanted to get in.
What's that?
Your light is on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if staff can talk about it, or the research staff. Or I know Commissioner Johnson also waved her hand. And I'm open to if we want to move it to or continue this to the next General Policy Committee and have it as the first item on that one. But I mean, in essence, the research report goes over each chapter of the code where there are issues. So those could be pretty easily put into a presentation.
Yeah, so there's the research report in front of us, and it's pretty extensive because essentially what this will come down to is a review of the city's codes as has been done here, but it would have to be in depth by the legal team to identify the specific language changes that would need to be made to fit what I'm sensing are two directions, which is number one, to make sure that there's not unequal rights given to any gender, and then number two being that there be no specification of gender in the city codes. And so the city codes, I don't know if you've seen, there's a lot. So to go through that would I think take some time. And so, I don't want to speak for you, Commissioner, and I don't want to speak for our legal team. But my suggestion would be that, if we do put this off to the next meeting, that we don't expect them to have a full count of every single line item that would be changed. That would have to come after the fact. So if there's no other comment. Oh, sorry, Commissioner. Sorry, I've got I'm now getting used to what the mayor is getting used to. Go ahead.
Are you talking to me? I'm sorry, I can't see.
No,
okay,
please
thanks. So are we talking about this at the next meeting, or are we talking about this today?
We're talking about it right now. Commissioner Santos mentioned that he would be okay with putting it to the next meeting. I think he also wanted to give specific direction at this meeting. So we are at the will of the commission.
Okay, well, I'll just, say what I have to say. So I looked at the backup and I was excited, and then I was completely horrified because I see two distinct and separate issues that are being conflated as one. So one, which I completely agree with, and I'm excited about, and I'm glad that it's being brought forward, is revising the language, right? To make it, because language is always evolving, and to make it more inclusive language, specifically around identity, right? And then there's a second piece of this, which I saw, and like my jaw dropped, and it's about revising language around public nudity to make female toplessness legal with what I feel is under the guise of women being discriminated against because of their gender, right? So I'm personally offended because I wonder where this came from and why we're talking about it. If we want to actually make a difference in women's lives and talk about policy that makes a difference in people's lives, women do not care right now whether or not they can be topless in public. What we care about is equal pay for equal work. We care about, the compassionate treatment of rape victims and sexual assault victims. We care about the childcare crisis happening in our city. As a matter of fact, right here in general government, where there are mostly women doing double duty, doing parenting and working. And let's talk about actually not creating conditions where the women feel uncomfortable coming to the city, to our EO department to launch complaints. Or that is what we care about. So like, why are we talking about female toplessness? Let's talk about inclusive language around identity. That let's talk about. But if there's a motion made here, split it off, because I don't, like when you say that people came to you as this is something that is important to them, I can't even understand that the female toplessness issue is even an issue to be talked about. And I'm personally offended by it. That we would even be wasting staff time specifically on that. It's two completely separate issues.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So it was women who came in about their concerns about the code. And there are multiple women that I've spoken to who do feel discriminated against. I understand your thoughts, but there are other people in our community who have different feelings who are women in our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just have to agree with Commissioner Johnson, and she said it the way I feel about it as well. If we have to vote today, we would need to separate the vote, and I just agree with her 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco.
The way I read this is we might have people who identify as non-binary, but might be penalized by our penal system as either male or female based on how they present themselves. And that is part of the whole can I go topless issue. That's how I read it. That it might be a concern for those of our transgender neighbors or our non-binary neighbors who police might identify as male or female, and that could have consequences. And that's how I read as part of degendering that part of the code. And so that's, because I was at first a little horrified as well, saying, you know, it's two different issues, but I could see where degendering that part is part of protecting our transgender and our non-binary neighbors who police might not have the appropriate empathy at the moment to identify a person as non-binary or as their appropriate gender, and might, based on, you know, a person has breasts of a certain nature, make a discrimination. And that's why we're trying, at least not to put words in Commissioner Santos' mouth, but I think maybe that could be part of the movement of this research and change. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it was, what Commissioner Sacco said is one of the main reasons we have, how is the police department supposed to figure things out too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Simmons, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, and that's exactly why we need to have a presentation. We need to have someone have this conversation and explain to us what we're looking at, what we're reading into. So for us to just say right now, today, let's take a look at this and let's vote on it or whatever, I'm not comfortable with that today. I would like a better explanation. I want details. I want to be able to understand what it is we're talking about. Because as it stands, my interpretation is the same as Commissioner Johnson's interpretation. And so I'm open to looking at this and let's get the correct information out of what we're looking at. So I don't know if you're going to make a motion to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I move that we place this item on the first portion of the General Policy Committee's next meeting and that staff prepare a presentation.
Motion and a second to put this item on the next general policy meeting agenda and for the appropriate staff to prepare a presentation. I would, we'll go to a vote in a second. I would just advise for commissioners to get in touch with the charter officers before that time if you have any additional questions, because as it stands right now, there's one research document that we're basing this off of, and this last discussion branched off of that. So if you have any additional questions, I would make sure that you get those in so that you can get those included in the presentation. Very well. We're going to try and move this to a swift end. I will take public comment. Adam, are you still there?
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola. I appreciate that. We do have one commenter. Hannah Hill, you have 3 minutes.
Hi there. Am I there?
Yes, you are.
Okay, hi. First of all, thank you so much for doing what you guys do. I am in favor of this. You see, society for a large time, for all of history, really has been centered around the man and like this patriarchal society. And not only by making this language more inclusive and degendering it, are we promoting inclusiveness and eliminating the inequality between the binary genders, but we are then including the non-binary genders that have been left in the gray matter of these language structures. So it's really important for me as a female who grew up in this society where it's man, 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 to kind of see us go forward in a female and non-female leading fashion. So I think that creating an inclusive language will not only kind of for future generations bring forward, you know, what we can be, as in, you know, females reading into these codes. And, you know, they say actions speak louder than words, but if our words aren't there, then our actions aren't actually following the words that we're talking about. I think that's really important. Can we stand behind something that doesn't even have the words? So to speak on someone, I honestly don't know who it was, but they were just asking why topless laws are being talked about in this gender neutralization. I have a lot to say about that. And that is that as a female, the sexuality, the inherent sexuality that comes with nudity needs to be culturally depleted. Like we need to get rid of that. And the only way to do that is to neutralize it. You see it in cultures all over the world, Europe being a leading example, how when we, you know, get rid of that, when we make it a more normal, neutral thing, it no longer becomes a problem. You see less problems with sexual assault, with rape. You see these topics being talked about in a more open fashion. Less taboos are being, you know, generated around this subject. Ultimately, you are curing generations of trauma going forward because we are taking this first step. And I'm not saying like, oh, let topless laws be free and we'll be, you know, cured of everything. Absolutely not. But it is a step in the right direction that we need to take. And I know that in the information that's kind of already been provided and logged there, it is the progression of the nation. Bunches of states are already on it. Like I said, a lot of the world is already, yep.
We're out of
Was there a
time.
stop? Did I hear something?
Yeah, we're out of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Commissioner Ariola,
Yep.
I think that's our last comment, and the floor is yours. Commissioner Ariola?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, I just want to clarify one thing about this report, that it did predate our current policy director and the writer of that report. So we are happy to coordinate with Commissioner Hayes Santos on preparing that presentation for the next meeting for the high level points that he wants to highlight. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward is absent. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola, Mayor Pro Tem Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe is absent.
Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. Members, we are way into the meeting here. So what I'm going to do is call the next meeting date, February 11th, 2021, and call this meeting adjourned.